Expert woodsman who can cut down a tree more easily than most people can chop one up. When it really comes to tackling large lumps, you can't beat the men of the forestry companies.
An axeman's gathering.
As Tom is losing the loss that gets it.
Good evening, everyone. How's everybody doing tonight? I don't know, Ryan. I think they can do a bit better than that. How's everyone doing tonight?
That's good. That's good.
That's great.
All
Good
right.
evening, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. My name is Lindsay Warnock, and I'm joined here by my co-host, Ryan McIntyre. We are here in the incredible Prospera Place in the gorgeous Kelowna, BC.
Beautiful.
It has been an incredible journey to get to here tonight, but our athletes are ready to come out and show you everything they got. Tonight, we're going to be crowning our 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Champion, and followed by tomorrow, our 2024 Canadian Steel Timber Sports Women's Champion, plus our Hot Sauce Showdown. We've got a great weekend lined up for you. But first, we, of course, got to get started and learn a little bit. Who here has been to Steel Timber Sports before? A couple of hands. A couple of hands. We got a couple of newcomers here tonight for this very extreme sport, the very first extreme sport. I have my co-host Ryan McIntyre here. He's a former pro Steel Timber Sports athlete himself. He's gonna let us know what we're gonna see up on this stage tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Lindsay. So great to be here in Kelowna for the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Men's Pro Championship here tonight. We're going to see 12 of Canada's top timber sports athletes, the top timber sports athletes, go battle it out across 6 steel timber sports disciplines, all at that big title, the Canadian Championship, and a spot on Team Canada representing Canada at the Worlds. It's an incredible event. You're going to see chopping, you're going to see sawing, and you're going to see the best athletes in the sport, in the country, in Kelowna. What do you think, folks? Oh, yeah. Kelowna's into it.
They are.
All right,
into
before
it.
we kick things off, folks, I think we're going to take a quick look at our competition format here today.
Welcome to Canada's Steel Timber Sports Series. Steel's Canadian Championship is comprised of 3 rounds and 6 overall disciplines unique to the world of steel timber sports. In round number 1, all athletes will face 3 separate disciplines: the underhand chop, the stock saw, and the standing block chop. From here, our top 8 athletes with most overall points move on to compete in round number 2. In round number 2, our athletes will compete in 2 more disciplines. They are the single buck and the springboard chop. After round number 2 is complete, our top 6 athletes with the most cumulative points will move on to compete in our 3rd and final round. In round number 3, these 6 athletes will compete in our loudest and fastest discipline yet, the hot saw. At the end of the 3rd round, the athlete with the highest overall score will be crowned our Canadian Steel Timber Sports Champion. This is the world of Steel Timber Sports.
There you have it, folks. It's a long way till the champagne shower at the end of the show, but first, we have to thank our incredible sponsors that make this event happen year after year. This year, our title sponsor is Boston Pizza, and our event sponsors are Bush Beer, Toyo Tires, and of course, EcoFan. Big hand for our sponsors here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to everyone who contributes to this incredible event. Now, before we bring out our athletes, we of course have to bring out the most important component to this competition, and that is, of course, our judges. They call the shots. They make sure that everything is exactly the way they need to go. They make some tough calls some years. Sometimes they have an easy year or not a lot of tough calls to make. But we're going to introduce them out on the stage. Make some noise for official Steel Timber Sports judge, Roger Briscoe.
Joining Roger on the stage, official Steel Timber Sports judge, Darren Colford.
And last but not least, you have your stage judges, but we finally have our conducting judge, or the man on the mic. You're going to be hearing his red velvet voice all night long. Give it up for official Steel Timber Sports judge, Jonathan Russell.
Challenging job they have, Lindsay. They do an amazing job, though, keeping things safe, keeping things fair so that these athletes can compete equally on this stage.
Let's have one more big hand for our official Steel Timber Sports judges. All right, Ryan, we have our judges here. I think, do we want to meet our athletes?
Oh, yeah.
Coming up first, all the way from Inverary, Ontario, make some noise for Garnet Peters.
Big hand for Garnet. Right behind Garnet from just down the road in Magna Bay, BC, big hand for Carson Bischoff. Oh, yeah.
We
Few
got
Carson
a lot
fans out there, Lindsay.
A lot of Carson Bischoff fans in the crowd tonight, but coming up right behind him from Brookvale, Nova Scotia, make some noise for Jeff Larkin.
Oh, the big man from Nova Scotia. Moving quick.
I think he's giving the Carson Bischoff cheering team a run for their money. Holy smokes.
Right behind Jeff, all the way from the East Coast, another Nova Scotia boy from River John, Thomas Turbo Henderson.
Coming up next from Port McNeill, BC, it's Nick Russell.
Nick's a perennial contender in the Steel Timber Sports Series. He's made countless finals. He's looking to make another one here today, Lindsay.
Absolutely. He wants to get on that podium by the end of this night.
You bet. Up next, former Canadian champion all the way from Celesta, BC. Big hands for Big Bill Bischoff. The giant rolling through the crowd.
And next up, all the way from Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia, make some noise for George Williams!
Really is an east-west battle here, Lindsay, today. All right, making his way to the stage from Magna Bay, he is a 5-time Canadian champion. Make some noise for the missile, Mitchell Hewitt!
And coming up right behind Mitch, he's another former Canadian champion all the way from Memramcook, New Brunswick. It's Marcel Dupuis! He is the Beast from the East.
He's got 3 national titles to his name so far, Lindsay, and he'd love to host that Peter Cullival Trophy one more time. Next up on the stage, coming all the way from Riversdale, Nova Scotia, the single buck technician himself, Scott Reed.
All right, folks, we got 2 more competitors still to go, all the way from the province of New Brunswick. He's a former Canadian champ as well. It's Nathan Cumberland.
Big Nate with multiple national titles to his name, returning to the stage here today.
We haven't seen him for a couple years, and it is good to see Nathan.
Yeah, great competitor. And last, but finally, not least, the man, the myth, the legend, the reigning and defending national champion from Elmwood, New Brunswick, Ben Cumberland.
He is the captain.
Took home his first national title last year in Chilliwack. Defending it here today. Will he take another one? Look at this. Look at this stage. Look at the former champions lining up this stage, Lindsay. What an incredible lineup of athletes. This is going to be possibly the greatest men's pro championship we've seen yet.
It truly is. Let's have one big hand for your 2024 Steel Timber Sports athletes. All right, folks, if you can, please rise and remove your hats for our Canadian national anthem. See those flags in the air!
Good crowd.
All right, athletes, you can head backstage and get ready for our first event of this incredible event, the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. 12 incredible athletes, 3 rounds, four disciplines.
Yeah, and entering first, the first round. That's right. So you go into the first round, every competitor, all 12 are going to compete in 3 events, the underhand chop, the stock saw, and the standing block. After that round, we're cutting 4 competitors. So you've got to deliver right from go, right from the very first heat of the very first event. After that, we go down to 8 competitors into the single buck and springboard, cut 2 more, then it's 6 to the hot saw. And boy, oh boy, things really heat up then.
Yeah, we've got a great night ahead.
Just
Those
getting started.
we're just ready to get started in just a few minutes. So make sure you grab a snack, head over to our souvenir shop out in the lobby there. There's some great steel merchandise you want to pick up.
Steel Outfitters.
Steel Outfitters.
Beautiful stuff out there. Sweaters and shirts and jerseys. Some gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. If anybody feels like running out and grabbing me a sweater, that'd be wonderful. I'd take one. Yeah, boy, the underhand chop coming up, Lindsay. Quite possibly the most exciting and standard discipline. Everyone starts out cutting underhands and simulating felling through the tree. We can see our 2 logs on the stage, ready to go. Footholds cut. Athletes will jump on top of there, cut halfway through one side, turn and cut halfway through the back. Fast time in this event, around 20 seconds. They're cutting 13-inch cottonwood right from the interior BC.
All right, folks, we're about ready for our first heat of the underhand chop discipline. Let's watch and see how this event goes.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes cut through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
All right, folks, we're ready for our first heat of the underhand chop. Coming up on stand number 1, make some noise for Carson Bischoff. And on stand number 2, it's Garnet Peters. Two great competitors looking to start our night off nice and hot. Garnet Peters, we haven't seen him for a couple years. He's going to be rearing to get back on that stage and get as many steel points as he possibly can. Garnet Peters from Inverary, Ontario, coming all the way out to Kelowna, BC for this Canadian Championship. It was a beautiful day here in Kelowna. We're ready for this first heat.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here you have it, folks. It's your first heat of the Canadian Championship. You gotta cheer your athletes on, folks. Great start for both Carson and Garnet. Garnet on stand number 2, looking good. Then it's a turning at the same time, folks. This is gonna be a quick heat. Here we go. We got really speedy competitors both on this event. Carson getting a little bit stuck there, but look at the big hits from Garnet Peters on stand number 2. This is fantastic, folks. You gotta cheer him on, and it's Carson. Unbelievable, folks. Carson Bischoff taking home that unofficial time of 32.17 seconds. Garnet just behind him by 2 seconds. Judges are going to take a look at the wood, making sure that we have 2 clean cuts. Nobody's cut through any footholds. Everything looks good. Jonathan Russell will make that first call.
We have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news. Let's make some noise for your athletes here. 2 good cuts for the first heat of the day. That is exactly what we want to see here, folks. But don't go anywhere. We got 4 more heats still to go. And we're going to head over to the side and join Carson Bischoff with Ryan McIntyre to see how that heat went.
All right, folks, I'm here with Carson Bischoff. Carson, you took down Garnet in that heat, but it was a very close race. You guys finished essentially on the same swing. Talk us through that chop.
My opening hit was good. On my power side, my offside, I might have shortchanged myself a bit. And got into a pretty good rhythm. And then I got a little lost just on my drivers. Got on the backside and started pounding through it. Decided to pick up more the pace of it all and get through it, yeah.
Well, you certainly got through it. You take down the first heat, off to a great start here. Carson Bischoff from right down the road, Magna Bay, right here at the 2024 Stihl Timbersports Canadian Championship.
Good job.
There you have it, folks. 1 heat down, 5 more to go in the underhand chop. It is an exciting night here. The crowd is buzzing. I'm seeing lots of orange hats, some great steel hats. Of course, we got flags and everything. We've got more giveaways to happen all night, folks, so definitely make sure you get a good seat of all the action here.
Yeah, not a bad opening heat there.
Not at all.
Very even. Both guys really, I mean, they turned identically, they opened identically, they finished basically on the same strokes. You saw Garnet's log blow in 2. What'll happen there sometimes is if you didn't do enough work, it'll split that log and you wind up with 2 pieces.
All right, folks, we're ready for our next heat of the underhand chop. Coming up on stand number 1, make some noise for Scott Reed.
Right behind Scott on stand number 2, it's Thomas Henderson. Thomas Henderson,
great to see him again.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Thomas came up through the collegiate level in Nova Scotia. Actually, Scott was one of his coaches over the years. Kind of cool to see, you know, multiple generations of the sport growing. Scott continues to be a contender year after year, and now you're seeing that next group making its way through and stepping up on the stage with the pros. Former Canadian rookie champion, we might add.
Absolutely. And Scott Reed, you see him, he does great with an axe in his hand, but with a saw. That's really where you see the magic happen.
Yeah, he's definitely a sawyer. That's his go-to. But, you know, he puts his time into the chopping as well. He's a big, strong guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he blows through this one.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Strong start for both of our competitors. Look at the speed of Scott Reed. He's going so fast, he's falling off his block, but he's right back and he's gaining that rhythm back in his body. Here we go. We got Thomas Henderson on stand number 2, but the crowd, they can't hear you, folks. Here we go. Scott Reed gaining his balance. He's looking good. There we go, but it's Thomas Henderson with those big hits. Look at the chips fall out of Scott Reed. He's hitting them hard. He wants this to be done. Here we go. Look at them just explode out of that block. Scott Reed wants it done. Come on, buddy. There you go. Not bad, folks. Unofficial time goes to Scott Reed at 39.14 seconds. Excellent run. Judges taking a look at the blocks, making sure both cuts are good.
Have 2 good cuts.
2 good cuts, folks. Let's have a hand for both of our competitors. Excellent work. Scott Reed really bringing the heat in that heat. We're going to hear from Scott Reed in just a few seconds while our wood crew sets up for our next heat.
All right, gang, here with Scott Reed taking down that heat in the underhand chop. My goodness, Scott, you were so close on that gun. You went right for it there. You were on fire. You put up a great pace. You hit with tons of power. Talk us through that cut.
It's pretty messy. Just suffering a little bit from balance issues today. Hopefully I can clear my head, get rid of the brain fog. Be ready for the next round.
I mean, even with all those things going on, you came out firing. Full 8 cylinders, V8, all the power. I mean, how did you feel about the way you were swinging the axe in general?
Definitely felt I had the power, felt confident in that. Felt good with my cadence. As I said, just couldn't stand on the block today.
Hey, it's a lot harder than it looks, folks, to get up there, but Scott Reed just put in a great time here in Kelowna, kicking things off at the Canadian Championship. Nice job.
Thank you, Ryan. Congrats to Scott Reed taking that heat. But don't worry, folks, we got more heat still to go in the 2024 STIHL Timbersports underhand chop.
How about this wood crew up here?
Unbelievable. This is the fastest I've seen ever.
I know, they're setting record times. I got just enough time to do an interview or run back up, and we're good to go.
All right, folks, we're ready for our next heat in the underhand chop. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Bill Bischoff.
Oh, Big Bill. Big Bill's gonna have his hands full because on stand number 2, it's Nick the Muscle Russell. 2 very competent axemen, very established, experienced, guys that can read wood. They're watching those previous heats. They're reading, they're saying, okay, well, he cut it in maybe 12 hits in the front. Maybe I can do it in 10. We'll see. You can see Bill putting a bit of powder on his hands. What that does is allow his axe to slide through his hands. You don't want a stiff grip. You want a nice loose grip on that axe.
You can really see Bill Bischoff using his height to this advantage, really just powering down on that axe. We're gonna see this next heat.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. We got your local boy from Magna Bay, BC on stand number 1. It's Bill Bischoff. Nick Russell on stand number 2. Wow, it is Bill Bischoff first to turn on stand number 1. Looking good. A bit of a wiggle for Nick Russell on stand number 2, but he's going to make up the time. But I don't know if he's going to catch up to Bill Bischoff. Holy smokes. There we go. Keep it going for Nick Russell. He's got it too. Wow, big Bill Bischoff really setting the height here. 24.15 seconds unofficial time. Unreal, folks, and it's only going to get faster out on this stage. Judges making that final call.
We have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news for both Bill Bischoff and Nick Russell. Those times are definitely going to stack up at the end of this event. We're going to hear from Bill Bischoff of Magna Bay, BC, on how that heat went.
All right, gang, here with Bill Bischoff setting a new time to beat in a blistering time of 24 seconds. Bill, you hit another gear on that chop. You look like you were a man possessed. Talk us through that cut, pal.
The first hit that went in, the axe just buried, and I got really excited. Cut the front actually really well. And then when I got to the back, I made one miss hit there. It cost me about 2 hits. But yeah, I kind of had to work a little hard to get that bottom done.
You know, that opening blow, I saw that you blew a huge chip right off the front of that log, that big opening hit. What does that mean to you when that happens?
It gets me really excited.
When Bill gets excited, Bill swings very fast and very hard, and he just set a new time to beat at roughly 24 seconds. Well done, Bill Bischoff, right here at the Canadian Championships.
I always look forward to hearing from Bill Bischoff. He's always got something great to say. We've got more heats of the underhand chop coming up next.
How about that, Lindsay? New time to beat 24 seconds, and not to be outdone, Nick Russell was right behind him. Couple of swings, 28 seconds. These are very strong cuts. That's 13 inches of cottonwood. That is not an easy thing to cut through in that period of time.
It really isn't, but don't worry, folks. We got more heats, and they're going to be even faster. You're not going to want to miss this one. Our athletes are just grabbing their axes, and they're going to be out here in just a few seconds.
Bill Bischoff, official time there was 23:95. That's our time to beat. Bill and Nick, both under that 30-second mark.
All right, folks, we're ready for our next heat. Coming up on stand number 1, give it up for George Williams.
Former rookie champion George Williams, he's going to have his hands full because on stand 2, it's your former national champion Mitch the Missile Hewitt.
Always great having Mitch on this stage. He is just the king of precision. He doesn't waste a single hit on that underhand chop.
All right, both these guys getting prepped. Mitch prepared this wood. He knows the cottonwood. That's a huge advantage going into this contest, Lindsay.
We'll see what happens.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. It's East Coast versus West Coast. Look at the speed on stand number 1. That's Mitch Hewitt. He's your former Canadian champion. First to turn. George Williams right behind him. Look at those big slabs fall out. That's exactly what he wants to hear. Look at those hits. He's not missing anything. He knows he's about to drive. There it is! Keep it going for George Williams, stand number 2, all the way from Nova Scotia. I know there's Nova Scotians out there. There you go. Wow, unofficial time for Mitch Hewitt, stand number 1 is 21.06 seconds. Blowing out Bill Bischoff, but the judges will have to make that call.
We have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news for both of our competitors. George Williams with the unofficial time of 32.43 seconds. My goodness. The numbers are starting to add up, folks. We're going to hear from Mitch Hewitt in just a few seconds.
Okay, gang, here with Mitch Hewitt, setting a new time to beat and lowering it by several seconds. Mitch, you know, 20 and change on that wood is a very impressive cut. Your openers were beautiful, looked like you got into it, bit stubborn in the back to drive it off, but overall, you happy with the cut?
Reasonable. Wasn't the greatest, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I would take it too. With 2 heats to go, that's a good place to be sitting. Talk us through a little bit, this type of format with the knockout style. Do you take a different approach to the events in round 1 than you might if you were competing in all 6, guaranteed?
Well, you need to be consistent at all of them, but you still have to push the envelope, so it's a tricky little knife edge to run.
The knife edge, staying on the knife edge, this guy here, the missile, showing us how it's done in the underhand chop, setting a new time to beat here in Kelowna.
There's definitely some Mitch Hewitt fans in the crowd here tonight. We have Jeff Larkin and Nathan Cumberland coming up for our next heat. You're not going to want to miss this one, folks. We're going to be welcoming back Nathan Cumberland to the stage. He was away for a year.
Yeah.
New dad.
Yeah, big things happening.
Yeah.
He was, he was injured last year, wasn't able to come to the national championships, and I know he's excited to be back here. He always loves it. He's such a contender, such a great guy as well.
Absolutely, he's silent but deadly. That one, a man of few words, but absolutely an incredible athlete. So happy to have him back on this stage.
Definitely. Hey, how about that time for Mitch Hewitt? Just 20 and change, very close to his personal best. Very
close, not bad. Bill Bischoff right behind him with that official time of 23.95 seconds. We're gonna see an even faster heat coming up next.
You may.
Go ahead. All right, folks, we're ready for our next heat in the underhand chop. Coming up on stand number 1, Jeff Larkin.
Oh, Kelowna loves Jeff Larkin. But how do they feel about the man on stand number 2, former Canadian champion, Nathan Cumberland? Oh yeah, these are heavy hitters. 2 different styles. Jeff's been putting an enormous amount of training. Nathan coming back off an injury. You see that back brace, hold things in place. You wait and see the pace that comes from Nathan, Lindsay. Big power and pace, but boy, you can't count on Jeff. My goodness, he is cutting amazing this year. These last couple of years, a true contender for a title.
Absolutely.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start for both our competitors. Look at the speed on stand number 2. Nathan Cumberland making an absolutely amazing return. A little bit of a wobble at the top, but he's getting his rhythm back. Jeff Larkin, stand number 1. Those pieces are flying out. He's making up time. Oh, and it's Nathan Cumberland, stand 2. Jeff Larkin right behind. Incredible heat, folks. Judge is going to take a look at the blocks, making sure they're both clean cuts. Now they're looking for our competitors who have maybe potentially cut into their footholds. If they have cut into their footholds, that would equal a disqualification in this event, but I think they're feeling pretty good.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news. Nathan Cumberland setting a new time to beat. Unofficial time of 18.33 seconds. My goodness, folks, these heats are getting faster and faster. We're going to hear from Nathan Cumberland in just a few seconds.
Come a little closer, big guy.
All right, gang, here with big Nate Cumberland. Welcome back to the stage. Don't mind the nosebleed. Nate just comes out here and blasts out an underhand, starting things out. 18 seconds. I mean, a heck of a cut there, Nate. Must feel great to be back on the stage and to put in a cut like that.
No, very blessed. All the glory to God to be here. Big shout out to the crowd here. Great competing in front of a full crowd. So yeah, the wood. Mitch Hewitt did a great job procuring the wood and cut really well.
So have you cut this type of wood before, this cottonwood? Is this the first time?
Yeah, this is the first time most of us on the East Coast have chopped this wood. So we're all very anxious to see the first couple heats and how it cuts.
Yeah, well, we just saw how it cuts, Nate. It cuts very well. It cuts in about 18 seconds. The big man from New Brunswick setting the new time to beat here in Kelowna, the 2023 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. Jeff Larkin with a great mentality going in to the stock saw, but right now setting a new personal best in the underhand chop.
All right, folks, who's ready for our last heat of the underhand chop? Looks like they're ready. Coming up on stand number 1, it's the Beast from the East, Marcel Dupuis.
And Marcel's gonna have his hands full because on stand number 2, it's your reigning Canadian champion, Ben Cumberland.
This is gonna be a quick heat, Ryan. We've got 2 incredible competitors, both of them former Canadian champions.
Yep.
They're gonna be wanting that top podium spot here at the end of the night, so they're gonna make up as many steel points as they can in this event.
That's right, 12 points to the winner of this discipline. That accumulates through the round, and the top 8 in points move on. Both these guys, they have very different styles in this event. I think this wood actually works in Marcel's favor. He can go straight to the middle, doesn't need tons of slope. Ben's gonna bring a crazy pace, lots of power. I'm very excited for this heat.
I am too. Like you said, we got power on stand number 1, but we got speed on stand number 2.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start for both of our competitors. Like we said, Ben Cumberland is bringing the speed in that. He is first to turn. Marcel right on his tail. Big hits from Marcel Dupuis. Who's going to take this heat, folks? And it's Ben Cumberland. Wow. There we go. Both competitors, handshake at the end. Marcel Dupuis just flying off of his block. Incredible work. Judge is going to make that call on this last heat.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news. Ben Cumberland taking the unofficial time of 16.85 seconds. You can see the guys are warming up their saws for the next discipline, the stock saw. But first, we're going to hear from Ben Cumberland.
All right, folks, I'm here with the reigning Canadian champion, hoping to defend his title here in Kelowna. Ben, great start. I think you just took down the underhand discipline unofficially just under 17 seconds. Looks like 16:68, possibly a new personal best for you. How'd you feel about that cut, pal?
Well, up until 60 seconds before I went up to chop, I was still trying to decide which axe to use. So praise the Lord, I picked the right one. But no, it's just so much fun to compete with these guys. You know, it's one of the spots I never really thought I'd get to, but I'm just enjoying every second. You know, like Marcel is one of the fiercest competitors we have in Canada, and the first thing he did was shake my hand. And you know, the sportsmanship that these guys have is incredible. So Kelowna, you're going to see some class acts this weekend. That's for stinking sure.
It's all class here from your reigning champ, hopefully looking for a second one. Ben Cumberland right here in Kelowna, setting a new time to beat and taking down the underhand chop. Okay, gang, here with Marcel Dupuis. Marcel, great race there with Ben. You were stroke for stroke. I mean, he got you basically by a swing, but that could have gone either way. Happy with the cut overall, Marcel?
Yeah, happy with the cut. Congrats to Ben. He had a really good cut, and yeah, the wood came out as I could wish, so no complaint. We're going to try to keep going.
Next up is the stock saw, Marcel. When we go into the stock saw, how does your mentality change going into an event like that that's a bit different than the underhand?
I think this one is more of a mental. You just need to relax and make 2 cuts like you've done at home, and then you know, not take any chances. Just make the run that works every time at home.
All right, let's see what Marcel can do in the stock saw. Big hand for him with a beautiful cut, taking down, I think, second place it looks like in the underhand chop. Great job, Marcel.
Okay, folks, we have our standings after our first event, the underhand chop. In 12th place, we have Thomas Henderson. 11th place is Scott Reed. 10th, we got Garnet Peters. In 9th, we've got George Williams. 8th, Carson Bischoff. 7th, Nick Russell. 6th, Bill Bischoff. 5th, Jeff Larkin. 4th, Mitch Hewitt. And your top 3. In 3rd place, we have Nathan Cumberland. 2nd place, it's Marcel Dupuis. And in 1st, of course, your former Canadian champion, Ben the Captain Cumberland. Let's have a big hand for all of our competitors.
Yeah, Lindsay, and that's what it all boils down to, is those STIHL points. 12 points for Ben in that discipline. Every event, that's going to accumulate. It's single points in round 1, but those points double in round 2. It becomes 16 points to win the single buck and 16 points to win the springboard. Then we move into the hot shots, 18 points. It triples. It's unbelievable structure.
Absolutely, and Ben Cumberland coming out on top with 12 points. Marcel Dupuis equally great with their 11 points. Nathan Cumberland has those 10 points. They've got those double-digit points. They're definitely going to help out later on in the competition.
Yeah, how about this? 8 of the 12 competitors sent personal bests in that underhand chop. What that tells me we had fantastic wood.
That's absolutely right. Okay, folks, it is that time in the show. We've got our timber team coming out with some prizes, so make some noise, put your hands in the air. We've got our foam chainsaws here from STIHL Timbersports. We've got foam axes. We're not doing foam fingers today. We know what we're doing. We've got axes. We've got saws. Make some noise. Put your hands in the air for the timber team. There we go. More foam fingers. We've got hats too coming out. You're not going to want to miss one of those. So put your hands in the air. Wave your flags.
Kelowna is loving the swag, Lindsay.
This is definitely the rowdiest crowd we have had at STIHL Timbersports in years. We love Kelowna, BC for a good time.
You bet.
Don't worry, folks, if you didn't get one now, we're going to see our timber pack out here again and again throughout the night. today and tomorrow for our 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. Okay, folks, the stage is set for our next discipline. This is the stock saw. Let's learn a little bit more about this event.
Stock saw. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark, one downward and one upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks.
Here we go, folks. Our stock saw is sponsored by Toyo Tires. Be sure to check out the Toyo booth at gate number 1 to enter to win a set of Toyo Tires. Ooh. That's absolutely amazing. Big thank you to our sponsor for this event. We're ready for our first heat in the stock saw. Coming up on stand number 1, make some noise for Garnet Peters.
Head-to-head with Garnet on stand number 2, it's George Williams. You heard Marcel talk about it, Lindsay. The stock saw is a mental game. It's not the physically demanding type of discipline like the underhand chop like we just saw. So these competitors, they have to go up there and they just have to perform the way they've trained.
Exactly. This event is known as the equalizer. It is basically all up to the athlete's skill, not the gear. For the rest of the events, the athletes are bringing their own gear that is perfectly tailored to them. This is, every single saw is finely tuned to be the exact same.
Yeah, right off the shelf, Stihl MS661 saws. They're going to get 15 seconds to warm up their saws. Set them down, leave them running,
warm up your
and
saws.
on go, put in 2 cuts.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That is a quick start for both of our athletes. Garnet Peters almost done. George on his tail. Here we go. 1 cut down, 1 more cut still to go. Wow! A photo finish for both Garnet Peters and George Williams. That's the way to start off the stock saw. Judges will make the call on whether this cut was good.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news for both of our competitors, George Williams and Garnet Peters. Garnet Peters looking like taking that heat with the unofficial time of 13.31 seconds, but only George is so close with 13.47. We're going to hear from Garnet Peters.
Okay, folks, here with Garnet Peters. Garnet, a beautiful cut there. You were quick to the wood, you had a great transition, and you motored through to the top in a big driving off finishing cut. Talk us through that stock saw run, pal.
Yeah, it's all about getting to the wood very quickly. A lot of the athletes here can run the saw really well in the wood. So it's about getting to the wood and then the transition at the bottom. Saw, I was just trying to monitor the RPMs on the way up and down and try not to bog it down too much, and I was pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, you should be happy with that. Great cut. Garnet Peters setting the time to beat in heat number 1 right here in Kelowna. Well done, pal.
Garnet Peters, your only athlete representing the great province of Ontario. So happy to see Garnet Peters back on the Steel Timber Sports stage. He's definitely making a name for himself in the stock saw, that's for sure.
Heck of a race there. George really, he caught up in that second cut. I was watching from the side there, and you could see Garnet was ahead. He was ahead the whole way through. They were to the wood about the same, but Garnet had him on the transition and looked like he was coming up quick, and then all of a sudden, boom, George comes off 1/10 of a second behind, and that's pretty good.
That's pretty impressive. It definitely was a photo finish. We're going to get those official Steel Timber Sports times in just a few seconds. Oh, it looks like still waiting for the official time.
Looking pretty close, though. About a 1/10 off unofficially. Garnet 13:31 and George 13:47. Very close.
Very close.
You know.
And it looks like a personal best for Garnet Peters. He's
yeah, how
going to
about
be
that?
happy with that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I bet, you know, we're seeing a lot of personal bests out here on the stage, and you can see why. They've got the electricity from the crowd. They've got the lights, the sound. Everyone's getting excited, and that's where you see a lot of personal bests come up.
You do. There's a momentum, and there's an electricity that comes from a big event like this, and having a great crowd like we do here in Kelowna, that matters. That's fantastic.
This is definitely, by far, the rowdiest crowd we've ever had for Steel Timber Sports,
great.
and we are loving it. Kelowna knows how to cheer on
Oh,
Timber
yeah.
Sports, that's for sure. All right, wood crew setting up for our next heat. We're getting those saws ready to go. All right, folks, we're ready for our next heat of the Steel Stock Saw. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Thomas Henderson.
Head-to-head with Thomas on stand number 2 is Jeff Larkin.
Jeff Larkin looking to get as many points as he can in
Yeah.
this discipline. He knows his way around these steel stock saws. And Thomas Henderson going to give him a run for his money for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Both these guys, competent sawyers. I mean, really all 12 of these competitors, anybody could win it. Stocks, as you said, it's the equalizer. Anybody can win this event. They're going to make 2 cuts in 16 inches of Western White Pine. Came from Vancouver Island. Beautiful wood. Nick Russell and Roger Briscoe supplying that wood the past number of years. And we've seen records set on that a number of times.
Absolutely, we have. And like you said, they have to make 2 cuts within 4 inches of wood. That is not a lot of room for error.
No, no.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And it's Thomas Henderson first to the wood. Jeff Larkin meeting him in the switchover. It's going to be close. Wow! Thomas Henderson. Thomas Henderson taking that one. Looking really confident. Garnet Peters in the last heat taking a time of 13.16 seconds. Looks like Thomas Henderson might have knocked him out of that position. We'll find out from the judges to make the final call.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news! We got big fans of both of our athletes out on the stage in the crowd here tonight. That's what we want to hear, folks. We're going to hear from Thomas Henderson in just a few seconds.
All right, gang, here with Thomas Henderson. They call him Turbo for a reason, and clearly stock saw is one of those reasons. Tom, you were quick to the wood. You had a great transition, very good cut. You got a smile ear to ear. Talk us through that cut, pal.
That cut was awesome, man. The start there, I was a little bit thicker than I wanted to, and the second cut was a little bit too much weight, but man, that wood's cutting.
Yeah, when you get into that western white pine and you put the right amount of pressure, boy, those 6.61s can sing. Thomas Henderson putting a new time to beat the stock saw. Great start here for him in Kelowna, the 2023 STIHL Timbersports Canadian Championship.
There we have it, folks. 2 heats down, 4 heats still to go. Thomas Henderson making a personal best out on the stage with an official time of 12.70 seconds. That's putting him at the top of the scoreboard here, followed by Garnet Peters with 13.16. But we got some incredible Sawyers coming up next. It's Marcel Dupuis versus Carson Bischoff. It's the East versus the West.
Yeah, great Sawyers for sure. But, I mean, just to go back to that heat for a second, let's go to Jeff Larkin's cut. We talked about Turbo. Jeff Larkin, he had a few big bobbles in there.
He did.
He had a reset. He had a super thin cookie. And still got it done in 14 seconds. He's still in the mix.
Oh, he is.
That's a ridiculous time for what happened there.
It really is. He really made up his time in that after that exchange into the second cookie.
Yeah.
Wow, he really knew he had to make up some time after those bobbles.
Yeah, I call that a comeback. I said as he was passing him, I said, "Nice comeback, pal." I said, "Thanks a lot." You know, he knows what he did there too. But you're right. We got a big heat coming.
Wood Crew making the final adjustments as we get ready for heat number 3 of the STIHL Stock Saw, sponsored by Toyo Tires. All right, folks, coming up on stand number 1, make some noise for Marcel Dupuis.
Head to head with Marcel on stand number 2, it's Carson Bischoff. 2 very, very competent, very experienced stock sawyers, saw operators, I'll say.
Absolutely.
Either one of these guys, very comfortable with a saw in their hands.
Saw magicians.
Yeah, ooh, I like that. Yeah, the magicians. Go to see some magic.
Absolutely.
These saws are finely tuned 93cc MS661s off the shelf with a 20-inch bar, standard chain, everything. Everyone's using the exact same saw. So as you said before, you know, there's no advantage. It's not like they get to choose the axe they're using in chopping events.
Absolutely. And you know what? You can actually head to your STIHL dealer today and pick up one of these saws.
Oh, yeah,
just
absolutely.
right off
I
the
have
shelf.
one.
Of course you do.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
A great start for both the competitors. Look like Carson Bischoff is going to be first on the exchange. Marcel Dupuis right behind him, making up time. And it's Carson Bischoff on stand number 2. Big hand in the air. He knows he did what he came here to do. Wow, Carson Bischoff feeling good with an unofficial time of 12.41 seconds. Reminder that Thomas Henderson came in last heat, had 12.70, so Carson might be knocking him off that place on the scoreboard.
We have 2 good cuts.
There you have it, folks. Carson Bischoff feeling really good about that heat. He's definitely going to like those steel points at the end of this event.
Here with Carson Bischoff. Carson, Lindsay referred to you as the magician of stock saw, and then you went up there and made some magic happen. New time to beat, 12:41. Talk us through that cut a bit, Carson.
It honestly could have been a little better yet. I had a little bobbles and stuff. I haven't competed in the STIHL for a couple of years, getting onto the starts and the rugs and stuff. So a couple things that I was like, okay, and then it was go. Threw me off a bit, but you know, getting into it, perfect weight on the saw, listening to the motor, changeover was not too bad, coming up, again, perfect next, perfect weight, and coming off, it felt really good, yeah.
Well, it looked good as well, and that time to beat very well may hold 12:24, it looks like officially. Great job by Carson Bischoff, starting things off here well with the underhand, and now the stock saw.
We've got our wood crew making a few more adjustments, ready for our next heat. Yeah, there is a reason why the Bischoff name is synonymous with Steel Timber Sports. They have been around this sport for as long as the sport has been around, I feel like.
Yeah, they're the originators. And I mean, we've got Bill and Carson in the competition. Mitch is married into the family. We've got Carl on stage, former competitor in the Steel Timber Sports Series, helping out this weekend. I mean, Jake, let's not forget Mitch's son, Jake Hewitt, reigning rookie Canadian champion. Shout out to Jake, up here helping on our wood crew as well. I mean, jeez.
That Bischoff blood
Lucas Bischoff
deep.
up there as well.
It really does.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our next heat in the steel stock saw. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Nathan Cumberland.
And on stand number 2, Nick Russell. Now, Lindsay, Nick Russell, he has represented Canada in this event multiple times on the relay team. He loves this event.
He really does. He's coming all the way from Vancouver Island, BC. He's been training for this event. We saw him come back last year and do incredible on the stage.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, we talked about it in the underhand shop with Mitch Hewitt being the wood provider. Nick's the wood provider for the sawing wood, the pine. I think it gives him a bit of an advantage. He can train on this same wood. He knows how the saw is going to run. I bet he has an MS661 as well.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
But Nathan Cumberland, no slouch at all with a stock saw in his hand. You thought he was impressive with an axe. We're going to see him work his magic with the saw in his hand.
Nate's fastest time.
Warm up your saws. Plates ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start to this heat. It's going to be Nathan Cumberland first on the exchange, but Nick Russell's right on his tail. Wow! Holy smokes! That was incredible. That's a handshake between two amazing, that might have been identical times
that's
for Nick Russell and Nathan Cumberland. Wow, even they can't believe it. We have never seen a heat that close before in the stock saw.
And we have 2 good cuts.
2 incredible cuts for both of our competitors. Nathan Cumberland, Nick Russell, they came to show us the meaning of haste.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get you both up here. All right, gang, here with Nick Russell. Nick, you and Nate just had quite possibly the greatest stock saw race I may have ever seen. Unofficially, 100th of a second separating you two. I don't know who got it. It was a very interesting race to watch because he came in thin on the first cookie, you came in thin on the second cookie, and I don't know who won it, but talk us through that cut, Nick.
Hey, I know it was a good, great cut. It's awesome to see that race, and thank you, Kelowna, for cheering that on here. But no, it was a great cut, and we'll see what the stopwatch says here.
Yeah, we're gonna get those official times, but how about that? Nick Russell coming from behind on that cut and putting in a stellar time in the stock saw right here in Kelowna. All right, gang, here with Nate Cumberland. Again, an incredible race with Nick Russell there. You were so thin on that first disc. At any point, did you think, ooh, I'm gonna have to steer this a bit, make sure it doesn't come out of the block?
Yeah, all the glory to God on that one. I did notice I was pretty thin on the first cut. I kind of took a look to see if I was going to cut out. For anyone who may not know, if we cut that disc and it's not complete, we got to go back and make a third one. So credits to Nick Russell and Roger Briscoe. They've got some great wood here for the stock saw, and Steel's provided some excellent MS661s. So.
Yeah, great saws, great wood, and great operators, both Nate and Nick. Fantastic job here in the stock saw, the 2023 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
Okay, folks, we have our official times from that heat. It looks like Nick Russell coming out on top with 11.75 seconds. Nathan Cumberland right behind with 11.81. That means that Nick Russell has set the time to beat with 11.75 seconds. Unbelievable times here on this stage. It's only going to get faster.
Yeah, and remember, 12 points to the winner of this discipline gets added to the points earned in the underhand chop, and Nick's sitting pretty good with only 2 heats left to go.
It's not bad. Okay, folks, we're ready for our next heat in the steel stock saw. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Scott Reed.
Head to head with Scott on stand number 2, it's Big Bill Bischoff.
What did I say? You said 2023 a couple times.
Oh, God. All right, fantastic Sawyers, both of these guys. Bill has represented the nation as part of Team Canada in the relay on stock saw just recently last year. I know he wants to get back there again. The winner of this discipline will go and represent Team Canada in France at the World Championships.
There's a lot on the line for these guys.
Yeah.
Every single heat counts. Every event counts for these guys. Bill Bischoff had a great underhand. Scott Reed, even though he said it was not what he wanted, it was still very impressive. He brought his speed, but you're definitely going to see Scott Reed shine in this event.
I'm with you.
Warm up your saws.
11.75 seconds.
Athletes
The time to beat.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start for Scott Reed. First to the wood, Bill Bischoff right on his tail, not wasting time. Scott Reed making us an exchange. And it's Bill Bischoff on stand 2. Bill Bischoff coming up from behind on that second cookie, taking an unofficial time of 12.08. Not bad. Anything can happen here on this stage, folks, and these athletes are proving it. So our Steel Timber Sports judges are taking a look at both cookies, making sure they fit within that 4-inch mark.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news. There we go. Scott Reed and Bill Bischoff walking away with 2 great cuts. We're going to hear from Bill Bischoff in just a second.
Okay, folks, here with Big Bill Bischoff. Bill, that was a heck of a race. It looks like officially just sub 12, 11.94. Very good race there with Scott. Both of you guys went awfully thin on those first discs. Do you adjust midstream while you're cutting if you know you have that thin cut on the first disc?
Absolutely not. I try and aim for that thin one just to give me a little bit of, buy me if I screw up. Then I can make a fix on it or not, but it gives me room to, when I come down to make that transition, I don't have to be quite as careful on it. It's just, I was pulling a little bit too hard on that saw. I should have let it run just a little bit more.
Well, I'll tell you, that's a heck of a strategy. Thin to win is what we say in stock saw, and Bill just put up a great time. First or second place anyway, Bill. Great job, earning great points. Well done here in Kelowna, the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
That's the way it goes here at Steel Timber Sports, folks. We got 1 more heat still to go in the stock saw, sponsored by Toyo Tires. Once again, make sure you check out the Toyo booth at gate number 1 to enter to win a set of Toyo Tires. That's an incredible prize to win here after a night of Steel Timber Sports.
Oh,
but
yeah.
we have 1 more heat still to go. We've had some great times. Nick Russell staying strong with his time of 11.75 seconds. Anything can happen.
Yeah, 3 times under 12 seconds so far. Bill Bischoff, 11.94. He just said in that he's sitting him in 3rd so far, and very well could sit there come the end. But Nick Russell sitting in a great spot. He's guaranteed at least third place, which means at least 10 steel points. 12 points to win, 11 for second, 10 for third. It's all strategy. It's all about getting those points. You see our wood crew changing these logs out. Both of these logs would have came from the exact same tree, exact same section of the tree, in order to make them as equal and fair as they can. No two pieces of wood are the same, Lindsay. There's Carl Bischoff, stand 1. That's how you run a stock saw.
So like you said before, the top position in this event will get 12 steel points, then 11 for second, 10 for third. And right now it looks like Nathan Cumberland taking home the most steel points with 21 at this time, but honestly, Ben Cumberland and Mitch Hewitt could kick him out of that first place position.
Yeah, either one of those guys could definitely win or set a new time to beat in this event. Both very competent sawyers again. And as we said all the way along, you know, these are fantastic sawyers, and anybody can get it done. Fastest time I've seen on this stage, 10:22, back in Wasaga in 2018 by Nathan Cumberland. Otherwise, you know, that's a phenomenal cut.
That's a great time, and of course the world record in this event is 8.51 seconds.
Yeah, that's bananas.
That is great. That is 4 seconds a cookie if you really want to think about it that way.
No way.
That's insane.
Yeah, we're not seeing that. That's a crazy time.
All right, folks, who's ready for our last heat of the stock saw? That's what we like to hear, folks. Keep that cheering going for Ben Cumberland and Mitch Hewitt.
As we said, either one of these guys could win this event, but as Mitch told us before after his underhand chop, it's about being consistent. You don't want to be all over the place. You want good points in every event. You want to get to round 2, and that's where, let's be honest, either one of these guys will shine. But we can't look past this event or the next one, the standing block chop.
Oh, I can't wait for the standing block.
Right after this heat, we'll go to our official Steel Timber Sports scoreboard and have a look at our results so far.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Bit of a rough start for Mitch Hewitt, but he's making up time. Ben Cumberland on stand number 1. Trailing right behind, had to go back, restart that second cookie, and it looks like Mitch Hewitt taking it on stand number 2 with a time of 11.94 seconds, unofficial. Judges taking a look at stand number 1 and stand number 2, making sure that both of those cookies made it within those 4 inches of wood. Ben Cumberland still smiling. That is one thin cookie for stand number 1, Mitch Hewitt. That first one. We'll find out if it is complete or not.
Okay, we're going to do a video review on stand number 2.
There we go. Video review on stand number 2. Making sure possibly a jump gun. Now you notice that both of our athletes have both their hands over that black line in the center of their block. They cannot move their fingers until the G of go. So judges are going to go back and look at the video review, making sure that perhaps there is no jump gun on stand number 2. That's Mitch Hewitt. Nothing like making our competitors sweat. Mitch Hewitt potentially could take this event with
looking like a potential
jump gun.
Well, or maybe an incomplete disc. That was awfully thin.
It was.
They need a complete disc on that in order to get the time.
Yeah.
0 points. Ooh.
We'll find out.
On stand number 1, we have a good cut. On stand number 2, it's a DQ for an incomplete cut. He cut the top of the cookie on the way down.
There you have it, folks. Bad luck for Mitch Hewitt, but you got to make some noise for him. He needs the support to keep going for the rest of this event.
Reset on the second one, right? Reset on top cut. No? He's clean? You're good? Okay, gang, here with Mitch Hewitt taking down that heat. Mitch, you've cut this wood a lot. You got a pretty good feeling for this Western white pine. How did you feel about your cut overall in the stock saw?
A little shaky, but I was pretty happy with it, really. I'm not convinced about my DQ, but I'll see what happens.
You know, these things happen sometimes. You get thin discs, incomplete cuts, all these things. But what do you have to do now going into the standing block, knowing where you stand?
I just keep going forward. There's nothing you can do. You just deal with it. Yeah.
That's it. That's the mentality to take. 5-time champion, and he's not out of the mix yet, folks. Mitch Hewitt right here in Kelowna.
There you have it, folks. Our stock saw discipline is finished. A bit of a rocky ending to our discipline of the stock saw, but we've got another discipline coming up very soon. But first, we're going to take a look at our standings. We're going to get the official times from our judges and from our timers and make sure that we know exactly where each of our athletes stand after 2 disciplines.
Yeah, remember, just one more discipline left in round number 1, Lindsay.
Yeah,
every point counts.
Every point does count, and Mitch Hewitt is going to be looking to gain as many steel points as he possibly can to make it through to the next round.
Yeah, he'll appeal that. It's a possibility. It could be overturned. He can appeal that. We will see. That's a very thin cookie. When you run into that, you know, it makes it awfully challenging for the judges. They look at the super slow-mo to see if the cut was there when it released from the log, but it's very hard to tell.
It's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
And like Bill Bischoff said, he tends to do that really thin first cookie just to make sure that if there's any room for error, he has a little bit more space.
Yeah, I like that strategy. You know, you say, do you change it? No, that is my strategy. I'm gonna go thin on the first, give myself lots of space for the second. And I think, you know, I saw a lot of guys going thin on their first cookie, and that's obviously clearly what they're after.
Yeah, sometimes it pays off, and you know, sometimes it doesn't. We're gonna find out. Maybe Mitch will appeal it. But
yeah, you never know. I mean, we'll see. It's right now not looking great, but we're going into an event that, you know, he's known for and could very well win.
All right, and after the stock saw, it looks like in 12th place we have Mitch with his DQ. In 11th, it's Jeff Larkin. In 10th, Ben Cumberland. 9th, George Williams. 8th was Garnet Peters. Marcel Dupuis in 7th position. 6th was Thomas Henderson. 5th was Carson Bischoff. 4th was Scott Reed. 3rd was Bill Bischoff. 2nd was Nathan Cumberland. And Nick Russell holding on to that time with 11.75. Now, that was the standings for the stock saw. We're going to get it into our combined standings. 2 disciplines down, 4 disciplines still to go. And we have Thomas Henderson in 12th.
Yeah, looking at our official Steel Timber Sports scoreboard after our second discipline. Garnet sitting in 11th place with 8 points. George William in 10th with 8 points. Mitch Hewitt with that DQ in 9th place with 9 points. He's on the bubble, but a big event coming. He still has room to go. Remember, it's only the top 8 moving on. Jeff Larkin sitting in 8th place with 10 points. Scott Reed with 11 points, sitting in 7th after a great run in the stock saw. Carson Bischoff with 13 points in 6th place. Ben Cumberland, our reigning Canadian champion, 15 points, sitting in 5th place. Bill Bischoff with 17 points. He's in 4th place. Our top 3 right now, Lindsay. Marcel Dupuis with 17 points, tied with Bill. Nick Russell, 18 points. He's in 2nd place after a beautiful run and a win in the stock saw. And Nate Cumberland returning to the stage and leading after 2 disciplines with 21 steel points. What a run he's having.
He really is. We're so happy to have him back on the stage, and we're definitely going to see him do even better in this next event. This, of course, folks, is the standing block chop, my personal favorite. But first, before we find out about this event, it looks like we have our timber team coming back out again with more prizes. We got flags and hats, so put your hands in the air. And of course, you will see a camera crew following them around. That is because this competition will air in November on TSN, so make sure you make lots of noise, wave those flags. We'd love to see you on TV.
How about this crowd in Kelowna?
This crowd is
I'm digging
electric,
this.
Amazing.
Oh, man.
It is Friday night in
Look at this,
Kelowna,
guys.
and it is bumping.
Did I see the wave at one point? This is remarkable.
They spent the day on the beach and coming out to spend a night watching STIHL Timbersports. It is a great energy here in Prospera Place, Kelowna, BC.
Crowd's loving it.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our next discipline. Let's learn a little bit more about the standing block chop.
Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 30 centimeters has to be cut through both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our first heat of the standing block chop. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Scott Reed.
Head to head with Scott on stand number 2, it's Nick Russell. Winner of your stock saw event.
Nick Russell having a great day so far. He's
Yeah.
in that second place position. He's
Yeah.
going to be looking for as many steel points as he can. He's been training a lot the past 2 years. We've seen him get higher and higher and higher, wanting to reach that podium so bad. We may see that tonight after the run he's had so far.
Absolutely. Coming out of 2 steel disciplines onto our first heat of the standing block chop. These guys are sitting in good positions to be able to move on.
It's very true.
It all comes down to this final discipline of round number 1, and then we're going to cut 4 competitors and move on to round 2 in double points.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. What a great opening swing for Scott Reed. Pieces just flying out on that first swing, but Nick Russell giving it everything he's got. It's Scott Reed first to turn to the other side. Nick Russell right behind him, but they can't hear you, folks. Wow, Nick Russell taking it. Scott Reed right behind. That is how this event goes, folks. Like they said before, it imitates the felling of a tree. That is one tough piece of timber there, folks.
We've got 2 good cuts.
2 great cuts. Thank you to our conducting judge, Jonathan Russell. Scott Reed with an explosive start to that event. Nick Russell, though, coming out from behind and making a great opening time of 21.54 seconds. We're going to hear from Nick Russell in just a few seconds while the wood crew sets up for our next heat.
All right, folks, here with Nick Russell. Big come from behind win there. Scott was ahead of you in the back. He was already driving, but it looks like you did your work in the front. That's often the case in the standing block. Talk us through that cut, Nick.
Oh, that was a personal best. I've never cut that fast in standing before. So thank you, Kelowna, for that. I appreciate the support. But yeah, to do that and off in 2 hits, that's awesome.
Man, you're off to a great start here. Discipline 3 of round 1, second overall in points going into this discipline. I mean, what would it mean to you to keep moving on? You've got single buck, you've got springboard. These are good events of yours. How are you feeling about this coming into the end of round number 1?
Yeah, there's still 5 more heats to go here, but I'm looking forward to round 2.
All right, let's look for this guy later on in the competition. Nick Russell with a beautiful cut here in Kelowna, the 2024 STIHL Timbersports Canadian Championship. Beautiful cut there.
A great opening heat for the standing block chop.
Yeah.
Nick Russell, Scott Reed, really setting the pace there.
Yeah, and I'll say something too. I mean, shout out to Scott Reed. This guy stepped up on this stage. He had a very serious finger injury from a hot saw incident not that long ago, just a month ago in Prince Edward Island at a competition. He's here today. He's powering through, and he might have just set a personal best in the standing block. He's having a heck of a day here.
It truly, yeah, and honestly, an explosive start.
Yeah, that is a personal best. 22.56. Wow, what a cut.
It really is, and seriously, that first cut just would flying out of there. That first hit.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys cut that well. Scott was, I mean, either one of them could have won it. You know, Nick just got him by basically half a stroke, but both of these guys setting personal best. You heard Nick say it. That's the best cut I've ever had on the stage.
It truly is. And like we said before, you know, sometimes having this big arena event can be tricky for the athletes.
Yeah.
Sometimes they can get in their heads. They hear the crowd, they hear the music, they hear the like us announcing it.
Oh, yeah.
They know what the other competitor is doing on the
do.
other side of the stage. So hearing, I'm sure, you know, saying like Scott Reed was the first to turn really lit a fire under Nick Russell, and he really brought it home.
I mean, I can tell you, being a former competitor, being on that stage, you definitely know when the other athlete has turned before you and the jets come on. You're like, okay, here we go. I got to catch this guy.
Exactly. We got our wood crew setting up a few more seconds, and we'll be ready for our next heat.
Big heat coming up. Garnet Peters, Tom Henderson, you know, very different styles. Thomas learned through the collegiate circuit. Garnet learned down under. He learned from the best axeman in the world, and you see it in his style. It's a very fluid, a big slope on his swings. I'll be interested to see how this chop goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and definitely, you know, down under they deal with a much tougher, like harder wood.
Absolutely.
So they definitely know how to huck things around.
Yeah. How about these personal bests, Lindsay? What a day.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our next heat of the standing block chop. Coming up on stand number 1, make some noise for Garnet Peters.
And on stand number 2, Thomas Henderson.
We got lots of fans, lots of family out to see both Garnet and Thomas. We love to hear that. They know that their family's out there. They want to put on a good show. They want to take home the best time they can.
For sure. I mean, either one of these guys, it's a big milestone making it here, qualifying through their Eastern qualifiers, getting here. Then to make it out of the first round would be a huge accomplishment. This is a tough field.
It really is. There's 12 very capable competitors, and in both of these, Thomas Henderson with a great time in his stock saw. He's feeling good. He's going to be just using that energy from that discipline into the standing block chop. But Garnet Peters, he's using that wide stance to his advantage.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start for both of our athletes. It's Thomas Henderson first to the wood. Look at the big, powerful swings from Garnet Peters on stand number 1, folks. He's the first to turn, but it's Thomas Henderson right behind him. He's catching up. Who's it going to be, folks? Make some noise. There we go. Looks like Garnet Peters taking out the last of it. He's going to start to drive, and oh, there we go. Thomas Henderson taking that last little bit where... Nice. Great heat for both of our competitors. Thomas Henderson had to go back and just finish off the last little bit, taking a few more seconds than he probably wanted to, but still a great time of unofficial 25.15 seconds.
We've got 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news for both of our competitors, Garnet Peters, Thomas Henderson. Feeling good about that. Not a bad time for both of them. We'll see how that time stacks up after the next few heats.
All right, gang, here with Thomas Henderson. Tom, you're coming off the stage. This is the second time I've seen you come off here with a big grin. Talk us through that cut, pal. It's a pretty good cut.
To start off, personal buddy, best buddy, woo! Overall, really good. The block, absolutely explosive. I did not think it was going to drive off that soon, man.
I got to be honest with you, I didn't either. I'll tell you, Garnet he had you in the front. He got around, and it looked like he was driving. I looked across. It looked like you had a lot of wood to get through, and you blew off half of that side of the block, and then the other, the rest of it went easy. I mean, what is going through your mind when you get to that point and the front part of that near wood just blasts off the log?
With me, what isn't going through my mind? Like, everything is trying to squeeze through a little hole here, man. Like, the biggest thing going through my head up there is like, those screws are right there. Don't hit them, man. But, man, it was explosive. It was awesome.
Yeah, awesome stuff here by Thomas Turbo Henderson here in Kelowna with a great cut in the standing block at the men's championship.
Thanks, Ryan. Great heat for Thomas Henderson. He was right. That was a personal best with an official time of 24.77 seconds. Not bad for Thomas Henderson. He's right in your third place position right now behind Scott Reed and Nick Russell. Nick Russell with that time of 21.33. That is still the time to beat. And that was a personal best for him as well. Look at this.
Yeah, it was a beautiful cut by Nick. Thomas is pretty pumped about that, obviously, and I think I would be too. I mean, that was, it was a, I can tell you as a former competitor, looking at the wood that he had left, he had no business driving that log off. I don't know where that came from, but man, he drove a pile of wood. Well done by Thomas.
Well,
Garnet, I saw Garnet. He put in a beautiful front. I saw the whole thing.
Yep.
Got a little greedy in the back. Tried to drive off a little bit too much
soon.
wood.
Yeah, there is still a bunch left there, but he made it work. He made it work.
He got it off. Another chipper, and he would, clean out a little more wood. That would have come off, 3 or 4 strokes, but it's easy to, 20/20 vision, right?
Yeah, of course, and of course when you're seeing it from the stage, it's so hard
Yeah.
not to just say just one more chip hit. That would probably help you out, but they got to make those split second decisions on the stage. They got to make those on their own and see if they can get the best time they can.
Absolutely.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our next heat in the standing block chop. Coming up on stand number 1, put your hands together for Bill Bischoff.
Head to head with Bill, it's Carson Bischoff. It's an all Bischoff matchup on this stage in Kelowna.
It is Bischoff versus Bischoff. Both of these fine competitors coming from the Shuswap area. They are your local boys making some noise.
Yeah. Great axeman, very competent. Either one of these guys could put in a winning time here. I mean, they're going to be chasing that 21-second cut of Nick Russell.
Absolutely, and they are no strangers to the STIHL Timbersports stage. They have been around the block for many, many years. Bill Bischoff was away for a bit. Carson was away for a bit, and they made their return, and what a great return these two athletes are making.
Yeah, both looking good. Again, either one of these guys could set a new time to beat.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
There we go. Bill Bischoff first to the wood, but Carson right on his tail, folks. The time to beat is 21.33 seconds. They are turning at 8 seconds. This is going to be a close one for it. Look at the big hits from Bill Bischoff. Carson bringing the speed. Oh, boy. It's Bill Bischoff. Carson keeping going. Wow, Bill Bischoff maybe with the time to beat of 18.41 seconds. That's going to collect a lot of those steel points that they're looking for. We have conducting judge Jonathan Russell making the call.
We have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic. There you have it, folks. It's your Bischoff heat done and dusted. We're going to hear from Bill Bischoff in just a second here. He's taken that heat with an unofficial time of 18.41 seconds. He's feeling good.
All right, I'm here with Bill Bischoff taking down that cut. Bill, I basically counted an 8 and 8. I think that was basically your strategy. We talked about it before. Said I got a couple ideas in mind of how I might cut this one. That had to go basically to plan.
That was exactly the plan. I was really hoping for an 8 and 6, but when I noticed it, there's no way it was going to make it. I just went 8 and 8 and come off exactly as planned. So I couldn't be happier. It's one of the best cuts I've ever had.
Oh, it's an 18-second cut. I mean, that's one of the best cuts we've ever seen, not just for you, for anybody. Beautiful cut, Bill. Have a big swig of your Van Hoot coffee and get ready for the next round, because I think you're moving on. How would it feel to step into round 2 with the single buck and springboard chop and keep one step closer towards another national title?
It's going to feel pretty good getting in there. Sterling Hart sent me up a new single buck to try, so I'm pretty excited to get on that thing and see how that goes. And springboard, it's one of my favorite events, so looking forward to it.
All right, let's keep an eye on this guy, the big man from just down the road in Solista, Bill Bischoff, setting a new time to beat with 18.14 here at the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
Now, Bill Bischoff mentioned that the springboard is his favorite. You think this event is difficult. Now do this event 8 feet in the air. That's what we're going to see with the springboard chop. They're going to go up two boards high and basically do the same kind of technique that they're doing with the standing block chop, just 8 feet in the air.
Yeah, no big deal.
No
just
big deal
balance
at
out
all.
on a flexing, bouncing board on a pole that moves, east to west, and the board goes north and south. Yeah, that's tree surfing, we call that. But we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. What an incredible time for Bill Bischoff. 18.14 seconds. That is the time to beat.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the competitors we have coming up in our next heat, they could definitely beat that time. There's some really strong standing block choppers coming up.
Yeah, that's a crazy time this early in the heats, knowing who's coming up. But I'm telling you, Bill was a man on fire, and he told me that plan probably 2 hours ago. This is going to be my pattern on that log. I'm going for an 8 and 8, and he delivered.
Okay, folks, we're ready for Heat 4 of the standing block chop. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Jeff Larkin.
Kelowna loves Jeff. On stand number 2, head-to-head with Jeff, it's George Williams. Both these guys have been putting an enormous amount of time into training. Jeff doing it at home, training with guys like Marcel, with Scott. George travels down to the U.S., trains with Arden Koger, one of the great axemen of the American Steel Timber Sports Series. I mean, these guys are putting the time in, Lindsay, to be those future champions. Both came up through the rankings. George is a former Canadian rookie champion.
Yep, he did great on the rookie stage, made an impressive debut as a pro.
Yeah.
And it's so great to have him back on this stage. We can see, you kind of saw earlier.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
What a great start for Jeff Larkin, stand number 1. Big pieces shooting out of that block. That's what he wants to see. Those big slabs come around, but it's George Williams, the first to turn on stand number 2. It is going to be a fight to the finish. We're at 14 seconds. Who's it going to be, folks? Make some noise, and it's George Williams. Wow, great heat from both of our competitors. George Williams taking the unofficial time of 17.75 seconds. Maybe he will have bumped Bill Bischoff out of that top place. We'll find out in just a few seconds.
We've got 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news for both of our competitors. They're walking away with smiles on their faces. Those times are definitely going to add up at the end of this heat. We're going to hear from George Williams in just a second.
All right, gang, here with George Williams. George, you just set up a blistering time, sub 18, 17.75. Heck of a cut there, George. Talk us through that standing block. I mean, you got to be riding high after that one.
So in the first 2 rounds, I didn't do so well, so I figured I'd have to give it a Hail Mary. So I was probably more relaxed going into this event. And I could have cut that better, actually, on my backside. The slope wasn't that great, but I'm happy with the cut.
I mean, I think you should be happy. It looks like 17.5 seconds, new personal best, a beautiful cut, and quite possibly now moving on. Because of a great cut like that, what would it mean to you to get into the single buck, get into the springboard?
I'd love to get into the next round and give the springboard, and the single a good shot. So hopefully that 17 may get me in. Fingers crossed. We hope so.
Fingers crossed for this guy. He's running great and put in a beautiful cut. George Williams right here at the Canadian Championship.
So like we said, after this round, we're going to be eliminating 4 athletes. And only 8 athletes will be moving on to our next discipline, which is the single buck. I know a lot of athletes are really, really great at that event, so they're going to be crushed if they get eliminated, but they're going to keep going as much as they can. We got our wood crew out here making the final adjustments. This truly is a work of art, seeing our wood crew go as fast as they can. They're cleaning up. They're making the next heat ready as fast as they can. Well, I think they're giving Formula One a run for their money, really.
Yeah, the pit crew showing us how it's done. We don't even have time to breathe. Man, heck of a cut there by George. Shout out to him.
Yeah, of course, we got our wood boss, former STIHL Timbersports athlete Wayne Paulson there doing the final checks. He's feeling good.
I believe it's pronounced Wayne the Lightning Paulson.
That's right.
There's the man right there, the Alberta boy.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our next heat. Coming up on stand number 1, make some noise for Marcel Dupuis!
And on stand number 2, Mitch the Missile Hewitt. Now remember, Lindsay, after that run in the stock sum, Mitch has points to make up in this event. He knows that. He's also got the privilege of seeing some heats before. He just saw what George did. I mean,
anything can happen. I mean, we've had really good wood in this competition so far.
Beautiful stuff, yeah.
Really, truly. So they're going to be knowing, they've watched the last heats, they see how it works, they see what doesn't. And of course, they've got, years of training behind them. These guys know how to read wood better than anyone.
For sure. And I mean, being able to count the strokes of these previous guys, both Bill and George, I believe, both did an 8-hit front. I suspect you'll see the same. It's just whether or not it comes off in less in the back.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. These are 2 former pro Canadian champions. They're going to be wanting to make the fastest cut they can, but they can't hear the crowd. Mitch Hewitt first to turn. Marcel Dupuis right on his tail. Here we go. It's going to be in the last few hits. It's going to be a photo finish, but it's Mitch Hewitt taking it. Wow, Mitch Hewitt knew what he needed to do, and he came out and did it. Unofficial time of 16.72 seconds, bumping George Williams out of that first spot, but Judge will make the call.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news, Mitch Hewitt. Gonna be really happy about that, all the way from Magna Bay, BC. Just made the short drive down to Kelowna.
Okay, gang, here with Mitch Hewitt. Mitch, that was the cut you needed. 16 and change, beautiful cut. You're guaranteed now at least 10 points in that event. Guaranteed third spot. Is that going to be enough to get you through? I know the stock sell was a hit. Does this get you through?
Yeah, I really don't know. I just have to wait and see. I was pretty happy with that. I knew I had to bring the hammer down, and I was pretty happy. Yeah.
Oh man, you were swinging the hammer of Thor there. 16.46 officially. A beautiful cut. Mitch Hewitt getting the job done in the standing block. Big hand for him here at the Canadian Championships. Whoa, what a cut that was from Mitch Hewitt. He was on fire. Again, guaranteed at least 10 points. I mean, he's sitting with 12 now with 2 heats, but either one of these guys could set a faster time. But that's going to be a tough time to beat.
It really is. That was an incredible time for Mitch Hewitt. What was that? That was 16.46 seconds to beat. That is a personal best for Mitch.
Yeah, so far, every single axeman that's swung in the standing block has set a personal best in the Canadian Series. That just goes to show the quality of wood. So how about it for Mitch Hewitt, who supplied this wood for this competition, this beautiful cottonwood, 12 inches, is getting destroyed in just seconds. I mean, unbelievable.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our last heat. It is brother versus brother. Make some noise for Nathan Cumberland and Ben Cumberland.
We saw the Bischoff v. Bischoff. Now it's Cumberland v. Cumberland. Very well could see new time to beat. I wouldn't be surprised we could see a new national record.
We could get a national record on this stage. Both of these guys are completely capable of it. They are both former pro Canadian champions. They have taken that top podium spot. Nathan Cumberland multiple times.
Yeah.
And so, gosh, it is going to be a quick heat, folks. You're definitely not going to want to miss this one.
Nate holds the national record in this event, 15 and change. It's within reach. The wood is there. Are one of these guys going to do it, Lindsay?
We could.
Gotta wait and see.
We got to wait and see. Mitch Hewitt with the time to beat, 16.46 seconds.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. It's your last heat of the standing block. You got to make some noise for both Nathan and Ben Cumberland. They are turning at the same time. It is going to come down to the last second here. Who's it going to be, Nathan or Ben? And it's Ben Cumberland. Wow. Unofficial time for Ben Cumberland on the stage, 14.80 seconds. That is the best time we've had on this stage so far on the standing block chop. He's going to be feeling good about that.
Two good cuts.
Fantastic news for both Ben and Nathan Cumberland. Two really great competitors. We look forward to having the Cumberlands on this stage year after year. We've seen their father, Rod Cumberland, back on this stage before. They truly are just the classiest of competitors, and we look forward to seeing them year after year.
Okay, gang, here with Ben Cumberland. Ben, what a way to finish that event, finishing off round one. You had no business driving that amount of wood on that block. I mean, 14.8, I think that's a new national record. We'll have to check that, but I mean, what a cut. You got to be feeling good after that one, pal.
Yeah, that's all the praise and glory to Jesus Christ for that one. That was a pretty good cut. You know, there's always things that you wish you could do better, but like I've been training and competing against Nate since we could swing axes, and for whatever reason, my best cuts just come out when I'm cutting against Nate. And that block was absolutely insanity. Mitch got some of the nicest wood. And also, the other thing is, we've never cut cottonwood. We don't have cottonwood on the East. So this has just been all fun and games, getting to cut new wood species.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games when you set new national records. 14.63 officially. Ben Cumberland showing us how it's done. He's your reigning champ, possibly going to be a two-time here today. Moving on to round number 2. Great job, Ben. Right here, the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
And that is it for the standing block chop. End of round 1 of our 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship here at Prospera Place in Kelowna, BC. It has been a great night so far. Definitely make sure you go into the concourse there. We have our steel retailer out there. There's tons of steel merchandise. You want to take home a piece of tonight. And of course, we're going to be back here tomorrow for our Pro Women's Championship and our Hot Saw Showdown. It has been a great night, a great crowd, and a great setup here in Kelowna, BC.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, Lindsay. What a run that was. Ben Cumberland, you know, setting an incredible time, so close to that national record. We'll have to check on that and confirm. It's definitely a new personal best for him. Looks like Nate may still have the national at 12.57, but my goodness, those points are shifting around. At the end of round 1, we're going to take a look at our official Steel Timber Sports scoreboard and see who's moving on and who's getting cut. Remember, the bottom 4 in points are going home. They're done for the day. Top 8 move on.
That's true.
On to the single buck.
Hey, but they gave it their all on that stage.
Nobody should be ashamed. The fact that you make it to here, you qualify through, that's an enormous accomplishment. Absolutely. As an athlete. Then to get on this stage and see how fast these times are, how high level all these, I mean, fantastic athletes. And, you know, you don't make it around 2. Not everybody makes it around 2. Yeah. You're on the stage. You did great.
Absolutely. And we have our results from the standing block chop. Just this event on its own. We have Garnet Peters in 12th place, Thomas Henderson in 11th, Scott Reed in 10th, Carson Bischoff in 9th, Nick Russell in 8th, Jeff Larkett in 7th, Bill Bischoff in 6th, Marcel Dupuis in 5th, and Nathan Cumberland in 4th. George Williams taking that 3rd spot, Mitch Hewitt in 2nd place, and Ben Cumberland with his time. That was some great standing block chopping we saw, but that does not mean that the standings hold up. Here we go. Our final standings after 3 steel disciplines. 2 more disciplines still to go.
That's right. After round 1, our official Steel Timber Sports scoreboard, Nathan Cumberland leads the way with 30 points. Ben Cumberland, who just won the standing block, sitting in 2nd with 27. Marcel Dupuis in 3rd place with 25 points. Bill Bischoff, 24 points, sitting in 4th. Nick Russell with 23 points, sitting in 5th place. Mitch Hewitt with that beautiful 2nd place cut in the standing. He's moving on to round 2 with 20 points. George Williams, another beautiful cut in the standing. That got him through 18 points. He needed that. He's moving on, and so is Carson Bischoff with 17. That means that the line is drawn, and it is Jeff Larkin with just 16 points, 1 point behind Carson, sadly not moving on. Scott Reed with 14. He's in 10th. Thomas Henderson in 11th place with 10 points, and Garnet Peters with 9 points. Those 4 guys are not moving on, but they should not hang their heads. They had some fantastic stuff going on here. Kelowna, let's have a hand for all of our athletes after round 1 in 3 disciplines. here in Kelowna at the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
Okay, folks, it is that time of the night again. We've got our Timber team handed out. Looks like we got our official Steel Timber Sports hats. So make sure you put your hands in the air, make some noise. He's ready. Looks like he's on the right side. He's making his way around. He's all in black, so you really gotta make some noise for him. Big hand to our entire crowd out here at Prospera Place in Kelowna, BC. This has been such an electrifying night. And it's a big thank you to our great crowd. They're cheering on our athletes heat after heat.
Well, there you have it, Lindsay. We've completed round 1 of our men's pro championship. Our first 3 disciplines are complete. We know who's moving on. Now it's on to round number 2 and 2 more Steel Timber Sports disciplines, the single buck and the springboard chop, and it's double points, Lindsay. So now we have 8 competitors, but it's 2 points more for every event is worth that much more. It's 16 points to win the single buck, 16 points to win the springboard.
And honestly, all of these competitors can take it. They can take that first place spot easily. Nathan Cumberland, Ben Cumberland, Marcel, Bill. These top 8 competitors can really, put everything they can into these next 2 disciplines and move on to that final round.
Yeah, that's right. After these 2 disciplines, the top 6 will move on to round number 3 in the hot saw. That's what everybody wants. They're all chasing that. They've got to get through each discipline one at a time, but the goal is in mind. That title, that Canadian championship, that's what they're here for. That's what they want.
Absolutely.
They're hungry for it.
They really are, and you know what? That we've had 3 disciplines so far.
Yeah.
They got to be a little bit tired.
No way. These are athletes, Lindsay. Of course they're not tired. They're tuned up. Especially when you cut a log in 14 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you get tired
doing
anything? No, not in 14 seconds. I've never cut one in 14 seconds, but I assume that you wouldn't get tired.
Yeah. But like you said, these guys have been training year after year, and they get better and better, truly.
You're seeing it. You're seeing the progression.
Well, you are. You're seeing these personal bests come out on this stage, one after the other. It's what we want to see, and hopefully we get maybe a national record, a world record. Anything can happen on this stage, and it has.
Well, let's remember, last year in Chilliwack, the world record was set in the single buck by Ben Cumberland. This can happen. We have the wood, we have the athletes. You don't know what's going to happen, but you could see it. And again, we have great chopping wood too. The springboard chop, that could very well be in range.
Oh, I have not seen athletes happier on this stage in years. They are just raving about the wood.
It's the best chopping wood. It's the best chopping wood I've seen the series in possibly ever, and that's a hard thing to do. It's hard to nail that. You don't know for sure. I will say I had the opportunity to put an axe into a couple of blocks earlier today just as a demonstration, and it was like the nicest wood I think I've ever cut. I was like, oh, okay, I feel like I don't want to be behind the booth anymore. I want to go cut some wood.
Exactly. No, and they're loving it out there today.
Well, folks, Kelowna, we have a very special giveaway here. This is a signed cookie by Nathan and Ben Cumberland. Something to hang on the wall. Who wants it? Head judge, Jonathan Russell. Oh, Kelowna's on fire. They want the cookie. Bunch of cookie monsters here in Kelowna.
There we go. We have conducting judge Jonathan Russell out in the crowd, looking to see who's cheering the loudest for our signed cookie. We got our youngest members of our crowd here making the most noise. That's going to be a souvenir they have for years to come. Let's have a big hand for our conducting judge, Jonathan Russell. Thanks for helping us out with that. We've got more cookies still to come. Lots of signatures are being made backstage. All of our athletes, these are great souvenirs at the end of the night.
Yeah, they're great. They make a little, it's like a big coaster.
A really big coaster.
Yeah, it's for hot pots and, it's a very practical thing as well, Lindsay. That's what I think. And if you're flying, you just, right in your carry-on. It's fine. Wow. Hey, shout out to a young man back in Nova Scotia. He's our biggest fan, Lindsay. His name's Jeff Lombard. Young fella that he's pretty excited to be watching here tonight. All the way, staying up late, I'm sure. Boy, oh boy. when it comes to the single buck, Lindsay, the event we're about to see, you know, from an outsider's perspective looking in, it's just picking up a big saw and pulling it back and forth and making a cut. No big deal.
Yeah, just cutting a piece of cake.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, I dreaded this event. I still have nightmares about the single buck, aka the misery whip.
Yeah.
It is so incredibly difficult to pull these saws well. They're so finicky. It is these cutters and rakers that when you pull them back, if you don't maintain the perfect angle all the way through, they will stop you dead. And it just jams everything in your body. It takes your legs and your core and shoulders and everything to get it going again.
Yeah.
Oh, the momentum, it's a killer momentum. So
it's a full-bodied event, really.
Big time.
It's everything. It really takes a lot of skill to read your own sawtooth. These are finely tuned saws that these guys have worked with for months to make sure that they know exactly how much pressure to apply. You know, throughout this entire cut, you want to make sure they're using every single tooth of that saw as well, not wasting any space.
Yeah, I mean, these saws are anywhere between 6 foot and 6'4". Typically, they can cut through a log like this in, 10 and a half seconds at world record speeds, of course, not every day. But the thing with the single buck is, it is a draining event when it goes poorly, but we have the best single buckers in the world. I'm not ashamed to say it. We really do. And, with Ben holding that world record, all of these guys, they're going to come out here. And I'll say something, too. We've been cutting this Western white pine in the series for a number of years now. The guys know how their saws react to it. They even got a test cut earlier today. Yep. A great benefit to them to be able to see how it's going to pull.
Exactly.
We could see a new record.
It's true, and it's really important to have that test pull just to see
Big
how
time.
your saw, reacts with the wood, and so
and that's new. That's new this year.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
I'm sure the athletes have been so impressed with the wood so far.
Yep.
Having that test run, you're just going to get faster and faster times on the stage because of that.
Yeah, shout out to our wood providers. I mean, Nick Russell, Roger Briscoe, for providing this beautiful white pine and providing enough of it that we can do that. Same thing with Mitch Hewitt. He brought enough wood that he allowed the athletes to be able to test their axes in the wood. That allows them to choose the correct axe ahead of time, and you see the results. They reflect that. Sub 20-second cuts, a whole bunch of them, and a whole bunch of personal bests. Shout out to these guys. What's some runs?
So the world record in this event is 10.47 seconds.
Oh, and who set that?
Oh, that was Ben Cumberland?
Oh, it was Ben Cumberland.
Oh, that was Ben Cumberland.
Oh, in Chilliwack.
And he's here tonight.
Is he here?
He is
I think
here.
we just gave a cookie away with his name on it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see some great cuts out here tonight. You're also going to see kind of a couple of different techniques. You'll see guys with a bit more slope. You'll see guys who kind of attack it straight on.
Yeah.
It's different across the board. East Coast, West Coast, it depends.
Yeah, and I think over time you develop the style that matches your body and whatever you're comfortable being able to pull. But you'll see guys like Nathan and Ben, they start with the saw very flat. Mm-hmm. You'll see somebody like Marcel, maybe Bill, stand a bit steeper, almost like a more Aussie or Kiwi style. But either way, it doesn't matter how you do it. It matters how fast you do it and how clean you do it. And any one of these guys could set a new record here today.
Okay, folks, before we get started with this discipline, let's take a look at the screen and find out what this discipline is all about.
Single buck. The single buck is a one-man saw about 2 meters long. With this, the athletes have to cut off a complete disc of a 46-centimeter thick wooden block. The perfect interplay between rhythm and strength is the key to success.
And of course, this single buck event is sponsored by Busch Beer. That is Busch Beer, smooth taste and great value. We are ready for our first heat of the single buck. Coming up on stand number 1, it is Carson Bischoff.
Head to head with Carson on stand number 2, it's George Williams. George once held the national record in this event for a day.
George Williams' personal best is 11.80 seconds. That's a quick time.
Yep.
And if he can pull that off on this stage, if not quicker, that'll definitely get as many points as he possibly can.
Yeah, definitely. Either one of these guys can put up a good cut, but definitely George he would be favored in this event.
And
however, with the next event, Springboard, if these guys are up against each other again, I would pick Carson. You know, it's back and forth. When you get these double points, it's all about putting in good times. Like Mitch said earlier, be consistent.
Exactly. And, you know, last year on the Chilliwack stage, we saw, like this year, a lot of personal bests in this competition.
Yeah.
George Williams, Nick Russell, Bill Bischoff, of course, Ben Cumberland, and Marcel The Beast all had personal bests on the stage last year. Maybe they'll be looking to break those personal bests yet again.
I mean, they're hoping to, that's for sure.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
This is it, folks, the first heat of the single buck, and they need to hear you cheering for him. Look at the big pulls from George Williams, stand number 2. This is his game. Here we go, Carson Bischoff about halfway through, but it's George Williams, nice and smooth. 13.06 unofficial time. Carson right behind at 19.45 seconds. This is George Williams' event, folks. Oh, but it looks like the judges heading over to stand number 2 to George Williams. He had the yellow penny for a penalty of some kind, but he looks like he's putting it back in his pocket. George Williams may be safe from a DQ for this event. Judges are going to make the final call.
2 good cuts.
Fantastic news. Let's hear it for Carson Bischoff and George Williams. George Williams walking away happy from this event. That is definitely George Williams' discipline. The single buck, super smooth from beginning to end. No hang-ups. He's going to be happy about that one.
And here with George Williams. George, nice cut, real smooth through the wood. There was a bit of a discussion there at the end. Tell us what was going on.
There's a little sliver of wood left on the bottom, but it was uncuttable. Uncuttable meaning if you tried to cut it with the saw, it's impossible because it's attached to the cookie, which is on the ground, so it's not a DQ.
Okay, well, you got away with one there, luckily, and a beautiful time, 12.85 seconds, sitting pretty good. You're running good. You had a great standing block, now a great single buck. How are you feeling going into the springboard, George?
I think the springboard should be pretty relaxed. I'll give it a good go and try not to think too much and just have fun, so.
Up here having fun in Kelowna, George Williams putting a beautiful time in the single buck.
George Williams coming all the way from Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. So great to have George Williams up on the stage once again. Great cut with an official time of 12.85 seconds. What a time to set. Ryan, I think he's setting the bar pretty darn high right now with that time.
Yeah, 12.85 is a beautiful time in 18-inch wood. George is a great single bucker. He's done an enormous amount of training with J.P. Mercier over the years, you know, a renowned saw maker and filer. And it shows. I mean, he has learned how to run that saw in a way that really he has no business running it without hanging it. Any normal human that saw would stop dead. And George's a big, strong guy, but muscle isn't everything. It's technique, and he's learned how to run that particular saw with his style perfectly. Great job by George.
Okay, folks, we're ready for heat number 2 of the single buck. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Mitch Hewitt.
And on stand number 2, Nick Russell.
Nick Russell really showing up at the qualifiers in this event, the single buck. He knows what to do with a saw in his hand, but Mitch Hewitt definitely making it into the top 8 after a DQ in the single buck. He's gonna, stock saw.
Yeah.
He's gonna be making up some steel points with this run right here.
Yeah, I mean, he would be pretty upfront about it. A single buck isn't his favorite event, but it doesn't really matter. It's double points, and that means it's double points in the springboard chop, and
yes.
Isn't he? Oh yeah, that's right. 15 times a world champion in springboard cutting at the Royal Sydney Easter Show. He's the best in the world, so he's looking forward to that one. But you know, when you run it, Nick Russell's a very competent sawyer.
Yeah. And honestly, Mitch Hewitt, you know, just watching him do the springboard, it's just he knows the exact equation of what it needs to get the best time on that stage year after year.
Oh yeah.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start for both of our competitors. It looks like Mitch Hewitt is bringing a bit more speed, but look at the length of Nick Russell. He's powering through that midsection of that block. He's going to make it through to the end as fast as he can. Can it be? 14.41 seconds for Nick Russell. Mitch Hewitt almost there at the bottom there. Nicely done. George Williams hanging on to that time of 12.85 seconds. And it's Nick Russell who has bumped Carson down with an unofficial time of 14.41 seconds. That is heat number 2 of 4, folks. We got 2 more heats still to go. Conducting judge will make the final call on this heat.
2 good cuts.
There you go, folks. Let's have a big hand for Nick Russell and Mitch Hewitt. Definitely feeling good after that heat, Mitch. We're going to hear from Nick Russell in just a few seconds.
Pretty good. All right, guys, here with Nick Russell, 14 and change, call it 14.41. We'll see if that's the official. Good cut overall. You happy with that one, Nick?
Yeah, very happy with that. It's we're in round 2 here, so it's just get as many points as we can, and then up a couple right now, so we'll see what happens.
You know, the double point system really adds another complexity to the Steel Timber Sports series. With double points in the single buck and double points in the springboard, does that change your approach to these events?
No, I just gotta go up and put good cuts and do the best I can, and shoot for PBs.
Shooting for PBs, personal bests across the board here today. Great job by Nick Russell in the single buck, the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. Good cuts, Lindsay. That was a nice cut by Nick. 14.25 officially. Not enough to take down George Williams' 12.85. But boy, that was a good cut. I'd be happy with that. I mean, well, I would certainly be happy with it, but I think most competitors would be happy with a 14-second time. It was a good cut.
It was a great cut. And for Mitch Hewitt, it was slower, but it was still a personal best. 21.03, that's a personal best for Mitch.
Okay, all right. Yep. Yep.
Personal best.
Uh-huh.
Personal best.
Well, congrats to Mitch on that.
Hey.
I think we're going to focus on the springboard.
Yeah, that's where we're really going to see him shine.
I'm pretty excited about that, actually. That wood, the chopping wood is so good. I think there's a possibility for something special here today. But we still got two more heats.
2 more heats still to go. Looks like we have our final saw making its way onto the stage. Man, these saws are hungry.
Yeah. And you saw the different styles. We talked about those steeper styles. Both of those guys. Going to see it again here in the next heat.
All right, folks, we're ready for our next heat. On stand number 1, it's Bill Bischoff.
And on stand number 2, Ben Cumberland. We just saw him take down the standing block chop. He's running great today, Lindsay. Both these guys are beautiful cuts in the standing. Both of them sub-20s.
Yep. Ben
riding high.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We're going to see Ben Cumberland. Maybe he'll, crush another world record on this stage. Anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. The wood's there. It's cutting well. The guys talked about it. They said it was a little drier they didn't know how it would react. I asked Nathan earlier, I said, you know, how did when they did their test cuts?
Yeah.
He said it's a little drier. I'm not sure how it's going to run. I think he does know how it's going to run, and we're going to see that in our next heat. But let's see what Ben's got.
Yep. The athletes are setting their saws into the wood, getting ready for this next heat. We have our judges making sure they're exactly set the amount that they're allowed.
Yeah, 20 centimeters or 8 inches they have as a starting cut. That allows them a nice straight spot to set that saw to guarantee they have a straight cut all the way down. It's very difficult to do an off-the-top cut. We don't do that in the Stihl Timber Sports Series. You do see it at many competitions, but this way we ensure that they're going to have a nice straight cut.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start for both of our competitors. Ben Cumberland, stand number 2. He knows how to work this saw, and he is getting through it. We're at the 7-second mark. He wants it. Here we go, folks. A bit caught up, and he's still there with 11.74 seconds. Bill Bischoff finishing it off. Unofficial time of 16.5 seconds. Oh, Ben Cumberland, he's shaking his head a bit. He knew he had a great start to it. A little bit caught up right at the end of the block. He's not happy about it, but still an incredible time set, 11.74. That is so far the best time we have on this stage.
We have 2 good cuts.
There you have it, folks. That was your last or second to last heat of the single buck. We're going to hear from Ben Cumberland after taking that heat with an unofficial time of 11.74 seconds.
We're going to talk about something here.
Yeah, I bet we are.
Yeah. Okay, gang, here with Ben Cumberland. Ben, you were setting a great pace there. The wood was moving, the saw was moving great. You got a bit steep towards the end, and the end of that saw hit the deck and basically stopped you dead from driving that log off. Do you think, you were 11.5, a beautiful cut. I mean, let's not negate that, a beautiful single buck cut. Was that wood there to have broken your own record? Do you think, had you not bumped that stand?
It's good wood, don't get me wrong. I don't think that was a sub 10 cut. But remember what I said earlier about there's always little things you wish you could change? There's a whole lot of them in that one. But no, it cut really well. JP did a great job with that saw. Nate and I were trying to kind of just fine tune a little bit there this morning. But, you know, I'm overall happy with the cut. I'm happy to be in the second round. So I'm just praising Jesus and moving on, hopefully.
A beautiful cut by Ben, but when you hold a world record, you know, your standards are kind of high. Anyway, great cut. Springboard's coming up. How you feel about the springboard, pal?
Oh, not too bad. Sterling was giving me a hand there prepping for Stuttgart, Germany in last year, and the deck crew did a phenomenal job with the stage this year. Things aren't moving or budging at all, so I can't wait to get up there and hopefully, you know, we don't kind of do the funky chicken, but we'll see what happens.
He's a dancing machine here. We're going to see some moves up top in no time. Ben Cumberland right here in Kelowna at the 2024 Stihl Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
That's right, folks. That is one element that we have yet to really talk about, is that the winner of the competition tonight will take the 2024 Pro Men's Championship and will go on to represent Canada on the world stage in France in the fall. It's a big undertaking, but that's why we have this competition to find the best of the best.
Yeah, we send as well as on top of our men's champion, we send a team to the relay event. So basically the winner of each discipline in the stock saw, standing block, underhand, and single buck go as representatives for those, you know, represented events in that relay event, which is, I mean, so that's a driving point to win those events too.
Totally, and Canada really, you know, steps up every year on the world stage. We are a team to be reckoned with.
Yep.
Up against the Australians, New Zealand. There's also up there is.
Oh, we've got amazing teams over there.
Amazing
with
teams across the
The
whole.
Aussies and the Americans. Everybody's
yes.
running great. The Polish team has really developed over the years. But let's get back to Canada here for a minute. We have one final heat in the single buck discipline, and either one of these guys could set a record. I think it's record wood, personally.
All right, here it is. Heat number 4. It's Marcel Dupuis and Nathan Cumberland.
Both of these guys have previously held the national record in this event. Either one capable of a great cut here today.
And it's Ben Cumberland with the time to beat of 11.54 seconds. George Williams right behind at 12.85. Maybe we'll see, 10 seconds on the clock.
I think you're going to see, my prediction is a sub 11. I think that the only thing that stopped Ben from being sub 11 was he came in a bit steep and he banged in, the end of his saw banged the stage and he couldn't go any further. So it pretty much stopped the saw dead. I think that had that not happened, you'd have seen it come off a half a second faster. Exactly. So, he's 11.5. So I think either one of these guys could do that.
Absolutely, they could. Marcel Dupuis, Nathan Cumberland. Nathan Cumberland with a great return to the Steel Timber Sports stage. We're so happy to have him back. And Marcel Dupuis, just a legend on the stage himself, looking to get as fast a time as he can in this next heat.
Yeah, it's beast versus beast here.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. It's your last heat. You got to make as much noise as possible. It is Nathan Cumberland and Marcel Dupuis. Looking smooth. Nathan Cumberland looking to take as fast a heat. A big hop, but it's right at the same time. What a finish for Marcel Dupuis and Nathan Cumberland. That is a photo finish there by just hundredth of seconds. Marcel Dupuis looks like the unofficial time of 12.55. Nathan Cumberland right behind it, 12.74 or 7.3. We'll find out exactly what those times are in just a few seconds.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news for both of our competitors. Marcel Dupuis and Nathan Cumberland wrapping up our single buck.
And you hang up, but that's all I had today.
Hey, listen, you're running great today, Marcel. That's still going to get you, one of those top 4 placings, I would say, in the single buck. Good points, double points. We're going into the springboard. What have you, how do you feel going into that event? How confident are you feeling going into that event?
Yeah, the springboard chop is all about having good notch. So if you can get good notches and can get some weight on that board, then you can attack that block up top. And as we've seen today, the wood seems to be coming off nice, so it's going to be a race to the top.
I can't wait to see this guy attack that log up top. Big hand for Marcel Dupuis in the single buck right here, the Men's Pro Canadian Championship.
Once again, the single buck was sponsored by Busch Beer. That is smooth taste and great value. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making this event possible. We have 2 more disciplines still to go. We got our springboard chop coming up, but of course, we're going to get our results up here on the screen in just a few seconds.
Yeah, at the end of our single buck discipline, we're going to have a look at our official Steel Timber Sports scoreboard. What a heck of a race we saw there between those 2 behemoths.
That was so close, and it looks like we do have our official time. It was Marcel Dupuis with 12.33 seconds, and Nathan Cumberland right behind at 12.54.
Beautiful. Great cut by both those guys. But Ben Cumberland takes it home. A win in the standing block, and now a win in the single buck. he is hungry for that second title. Back to back.
Back to back. All right, folks, our standings after let's look at our main standings after the single buck. In our 12th place, or our 8th place position, it's Carson Bischoff. In 7th, it's Mitch Hewitt. In 6th, George Williams. In 5th, Bill Bischoff. In 4th, Nick Russell. And your top 3 here with 31 points, it's Nick Russell, or 39 points, it's Marcel Dupuis, and with 42 points, Nathan Cumberland. And right ahead of him with 43 steel points, it's Ben Cumberland. Again.
You see what it means, these double points. To do well in this second round with double points is massive. And going into the springboard, you have arguably the greatest springboard cutter in the history of the event, quite possibly. I would put him up there as that 15-time world champion in the 3-board jigger at the Royal Sydney Easter Show, the toughest event in wood chopping. Mitch Hewitt, going into this event, he could very well take home 16 points. But you've got some stellar choppers right there with him, all going to be chasing him. And the wood up top is going to be beautiful. We've seen it all day.
It's true. And honestly, looking at these points, it is a tight race.
Big time.
43 points, 42 points, 39. Like, it's going to be a really tight race to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, I love this double point system. It adds so much complexity. You can see the pole that they're setting up there on the stage right now. So basically what it is, folks, you have a 9-foot tall pole. These guys are gonna come up there with an axe. They're gonna cut notches into that tree, jam a wooden board that has a metal clip on it into the notches they cut, stand on those boards, climb that tree on those boards. All of a sudden their feet are gonna be 6 feet off the ground, and they're gonna be swinging one of those razor sharp 7-pound axes to chop that log that's fastened to the top. Fast time in this event, Lindsay, around, I don't know, 40 seconds.
I think,
what?
I think it's 35 seconds is the world record.
Oh boy, that is fast.
35.43
I believe that's Walt Page from the U.S. and Sterling Hart, who's not here today. He used to hold that record. Mitch Hewitt's also held that record in the past.
All right, as the wood crew gets ready for our next discipline, that's the the springboard chop. It looks like we have more of our signed cookies, or just regular cookies. We got cookies.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, we got our cookies that you can have them, and our athletes can sign them after. So make sure you put your hands in the air. We're going to have signatures, and athletes will be signing them after the show. So make sure you keep these cookies to get them autographed at the end of this competition. Who knows? You might get your cookies signed by our 2024 Steel Timber Sports Pro Men's Champion. There's a few more cookies still to be handed out. Fantastic. Make sure you hold on to these cookies for the end of the show, as we will have our athletes out with Sharpies able to sign your cookies, and you can walk away with a piece of Steel Timber Sports history right here in Kelowna, BC. Now you can see a lot of wood crew working on these stands for the springboard chop. That is because we want to make sure that these stands are as stable as humanly possible. Because like you said, these guys are going to be up 8 feet in the air chopping a block, and that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, the poles, they flex and they move and the boards bounce, and there's a lot going on when you're on a springboard, I can tell you. You know, as a past competitor, you get up there, and if you, like Marcel said, it's all about cutting good pockets. If you cut a good pocket and set a nice board, and it's stable and it's comfortable, you can generate an enormous amount of power and cut through that log very quickly. If you go on a subpar board, hopefully we won't see that here today, but a board that sags or a board that's very steep, you lose a lot of power because you're generating power from your legs. It's not all your arms.
And that's, I think it's in the pockets that we really see Mitch Hewitt shine.
Absolutely.
He is textbook about his pockets. Hopefully, getting he just knows what to do, and he's super calm. It's really actually oddly relaxing watching Mitch Hewitt chop a springboard.
Yeah.
Like it's just
It's like ASMR.
That's
you know, you just it's like you can listen to it all
yeah,
night.
exactly.
It's like whale sounds. Mitch's son Jake won the national record. Sorry, the national championship in the rookie division. Now he's up on stage helping out. You see him wheeling that cart. Big hand for that young man just down the road. Jake, he also set a national record in the rookie springboard, the one board. They only got one board high. He set the national record in that at the same time.
And honestly, I think in 10 years' time, he's going to be up on this pro stage just putting all of these guys to
10.
shame.
Oh, I think 10 is a reach. That kid's going to be here in no time. You look out. All these guys, they see him coming too. He told me he's going down to Australia this winter, going from December until April.
To just chop.
Basically, yeah. So I'm going to shorten that 10-year period by about 9 years and say he's coming. He's coming any day. But today, we're looking at a big field of springboard cutters.
And of course, the springboard chop is sponsored by EcoFan, the original wood stove fan since 1994. Big hand to our sponsors. Thank you so much for making this event happen. We're about ready to get started with our first heat of the springboard chop.
Shout out to our wood crew, setting up those poles in no time.
All right, folks, before we get started with our first heat, let's pay attention to the screens and learn a little bit more about this next discipline.
Springboard. Springboard simulates the traditional way of felling trees, climbing up over thick roots. First, notches known as pockets are chopped into the log. Two springboards are then anchored into these pockets. The athlete then climbs up to chop through a 27-centimeter thick block of wood in the fastest time possible.
And we're ready for our first heat. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Carson Bischoff.
Head-to-head with Carson on pole number 2, it's George Williams.
We got lots of fan in the crowd
Yeah.
for Carson Bischoff and George Williams.
Both these guys have really developed their springboard skills over the years. George, more recently, Carson's been cutting springboards for a very, very long time. I've always really admired his springboard cutting and he's got the build for it. That lighter build, you can kind of jump up on a board, get going, feel comfortable.
That exactly. That lighter build can really help on the board, making sure that, you know, even if that pocket isn't as deep as it needs to, he can still stay up on it.
Yeah. Yeah, you see these guys are setting their boards roughly where they want them so that they can set them in those pockets quickly after they've cut them. They'll cut a notch, set their first board, jump on that board, cut a second notch, grab that second board, set that, jump on that, and then cut the log up top.
Exactly.
Real easy. It's just that simple.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. It's Carson Bischoff first to the wood. Making the pockets there. It's a 3-hit pocket. There we go. Carson Bischoff on his first board. Make some noise for him, folks. Oh, looks like he put in his axe a little bit too hard. Had to pull it out. Oh, it's a bit of a sagging board, but look at the board on stand number 2. George Williams, that's a strong board, folks. Here we go. Making the pockets for that second and final board. There it is. Carson Bischoff putting it in. That looks like a nice, good board. Here we go. They are both up top. We saw them before in the standing block chop. Here it is, the springboard, the first heat. Nicely done. 2 strong boards. George Williams versus Carson Bischoff. Here we go. Nice big hits. They're not wasting a second on top there. Their arms are starting to burn, and they need some help from the crowd, folks. This is it, the last few seconds. It looks like George is starting to drive off. He's got a bit of near one. Here we go. Who's it gonna be? There we go, and it's Carson Bischoff. Don't give up on George Williams now. He needs more. There you have it, folks. The first heat of the steel springboard chop. It's Carson Bischoff with an unofficial time of 1 minute, 12 seconds, .42. Not bad. We're starting off strong here in the springboard chop. You know how this event goes now, folks. We're going to get ready for our next heat in just a few seconds. Judges taking a look at the boards, making sure that the pockets are nice and good. Cut looks good for both sides, but the judges will make the final call.
We have 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news, folks. 1 heat down, 3 heats still to go in the springboard chop, sponsored by EcoFan.
Okay, folks, here with Carson Bischoff taking down that first heat of the springboard chop. Carson, it looked like a nice, good opening pocket, maybe not deep enough. It started to sag when you got up there. It dropped out as soon as you jumped onto that second board. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but the rest of us certainly did. But it looked like a good board up top, and the wood looked beautiful up top. Talk us through that cut. What's going on? What's going through your head? Not a bad time, $112.
Yeah, my opening hit, I misplaced my first down hit. Like you say, didn't quite open wide enough. Chased it in. This is softer wood, so I should have. But I gambled, went with it, and held my weight for, I think, 1 or 2 hits, and then it was like, oh boy. But I think I put 6 or 8 in the next hole. And then when I got up, I should have opened a smidge wider yet and just chased it in, rolled it in, but that happens. Just back to the drawing board.
If you had that chop again, what are you doing different? Other than that opening pocket, anything different up top?
I wish I definitely would have opened up wider. It feels like I'm coming and landing it where I want it to, but it's falling down, and I'm like, oh boy. So I should correct those and then chase them out.
All right, Carson Bischoff having a great run here today in Kelowna at the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. Big hand for Carson.
That boy, Carson. 1 heat down, 3 heats still to go in the springboard chop, sponsored by EcoFan. Our wood crew working hard to switch out our poles. This is quite an exciting event. 2 boards up, and then having to do essentially a standing block chop just 8 feet in the air. It's a very exciting event. We've got 3 great more heats. Mitch Hewitt coming up on our next heat in the springboard chop. You're not going to want to miss this one, folks, so make sure you have a really good seat and cheer on as loud as you can.
Yeah, 2 phenomenal cutters coming up, both very accomplished. One a few more titles than the other. One,
bit.
1 or 2. No, we've been talking about Mitch quite a bit leading into this event. Big fan of watching him cut. But Nick Russell, this is one of his favorite events too, and he always delivers in this event year after year.
Yeah.
And again, Lindsay, with these double points, 16 points to the winner of the springboard.
Exactly. And you know what? It's moments like this, we were talking a lot about Mitch Hewitt being really great at this event, but Nick Russell has had a great day so far.
Oh, yeah.
And knowing that he's had such a great day so far, he knows this, if he can keep pushing through, he can actually, and being matched with someone like Mitch Hewitt can really push a competitor.
It will push 100%. That is so exactly true. It pushes you to your absolute best. And we're seeing that all day. The fast cuts, the quick, the quick times. A lot of time, it's like you say, it's the momentum, it's the energy of the crowd. We've got a fantastic crowd in Kelowna here today, showing us what it's like to have a proper Steel Timber Sports crowd. I'm pumped about this. Amazing.
This is great. Kelowna has been a great host city for this championship so far. And of course, we have our Pro Women's Championship tomorrow with our Hot Sauce Showdown. So we've got a great weekend of Steel Timber Sports. It's been great being in Kelowna. The weather today was beautiful. I think a couple of the athletes hit the beach before, just to relax a bit.
I think George just hit the beach 5 minutes ago. Took a little break. So tomorrow with the Women's Championship, let's give a shout out to Steel Timber Sports. This is the 10th anniversary of the Women's Championship here in Canada. We were the first nation to host a women's division championship in the Steel Timber Sports Series. It's 10 years of it. Our original champion from 2014, Danielle Koch, is here. She is competing tomorrow.
She's
still at it.
Still at it, and just an avid competitor. But it looks like we're about ready for our next heat.
All right. Love it.
Here we go, folks. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Mitch Hewitt.
And on pole 2, Nick Russell.
This heat is going to go by in a blink of an eye. Like I said, very relaxing to watch Mitch Hewitt. He's very calm, very textbook. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He does not waste a single hit, especially on those pockets.
Yeah, both these guys very competent at cutting pockets, and that's ultimately what it comes down to. You heard Marcel talk about it later. We call it the climb. It is being as efficient as possible with cutting good pockets quickly and getting up top and starting on that chop. You don't want to be wasting precious seconds getting up there. You want to put your time in at the top, and I think either one of these guys can do it, but boy, I'm looking forward to this hole number 1.
They really can. And also we saw in that last heat, Carson Bischoff, that first board, it looked good to start out and just sloped a bit. And when they lose the height of that board, they really lose the power from their back leg, and that really helps to get, just the momentum going.
Yeah, and as someone who's stood on some saggy boards over the years, I can tell you, it plays with your mind. You're not thinking about chopping, you're thinking about, am I going to fall out of this tree and plummet?
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. It's the next heat of the springboard chop. Mitch Hewitt already done his first pocket. He's up on that board. Nick Russell, stand number 2, making sure that all those chips are out of the way of that pocket. But look at Mitch Hewitt. That is why he is the best in the world at this event. A bit of a saggy board. He's just moving his feet up a little bit closer, a little bit of a tighter squeeze for him on his block, but he's still making it work. He's choking up on that axe just a little bit. Looking good. Nick Russell on stand number 2. He's making the room for that second board. Looking good on that side. Make some noise for Nick Russell up top. And it's Mitch Hewitt on stand number 1, who's almost done. Make some noise. Here we go. There we go. Mitch Hewitt, unofficial time of 43 seconds. But if you are the last man standing, you get the loudest cheer. So make some noise for Nick Russell. There we go. Look at the big pieces fly out of that block. That's what he wants to see. He's making his turn. That's a decent board. A little bit of a slope, but he's looking good. This time's going to stack up. Here we go. 1 minute, 16 seconds. He's almost done. Come on, Nick. There you have it, folks. Heat number 2 in the books. Mitch Hewitt with an unofficial time of 43.46 seconds.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Great news for both of our competitors. Mitch Hewitt walking away with the best time so far with 43.46 seconds. We're going to hear from Mitch in just a few seconds.
I'm going to sneak by, you think, but you know I'm gonna.
Okay, folks, here with Mitch Hewitt. Mitch, you just set a blistering time. The crowd has got to be loving that. 43.21 officially. Very quick climb. You were up and chopping in about 15 seconds. That top board looked like it had a little bit of a sag. Is that the pole? Is it because of the soft pole, it's not holding your board as strong as it might in another type of wood?
Yeah, definitely a soft pole, so it sponges away, but it all starts from the first board. If you don't get that first one good, it's very hard to get your second one right, and I know it could have went way better.
I feel like you were racing a little bit there. We had good wood today. Did you, when you thought about that, and be honest here, were you looking at that log thinking, I might be able to get my record back?
Yeah.
I knew it. Anyway, great cut there, Mitch the Missile Hewitt. That's going to be a tough time to beat here in Kelowna at the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
All right, folks, 2 heats down, 2 heats still to go. Our wood crew is going to be changing the poles, so we got a bit of a break here. If you want to check out the concourse, we have our steel retailer out there. We've got shirts, there's crew neck sweaters, tank tops, hats, tons of stuff if you want to take a piece of Steel Timber Sports home with you today. And yeah, this has been a great couple of heats so far. 2 more heats still to come.
Folks, our wood crew is getting ready with our next poles and setting those out. They do a fantastic job. Remember, tomorrow, 2 p.m., Women's Canadian Championship kicking off here. If you're enjoying what you're seeing today, come and check out the top athletes in the women's division from across the nation going head-to-head here again tomorrow. And then after that, we have the biggest and loudest tournament that exists in the world in steel timber sports. It's the Hot Saw Showdown. Head-to-head hot saw action. 300 and 400 cc chainsaws. We're going to see a taste of those here soon in round number 3. But you're going to see, what, 12 different sawyers tomorrow just in the hot saw?
Just in the hot saw.
Oh.
Yeah, and like you said, we're going to see hot saw here just after this heat. We have one more heat.
Break out those earplugs.
2 more heats left of the springboard, and then we're going to have our hot saw. That's going to be just an exciting event. They go one at a time with these extreme machines. Make sure you have a little bit of an ear protection if you can.
Yeah, definitely. And I would say going into round 3, immediately following the springboard, you know, if you've got young kids here or if you have hearing issues, anything, definitely you want to have ear protection or plug those ears because it's going to get real loud.
All right, folks, we're ready for our next heat in the springboard chop. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Bill Bischoff.
Head-to-head with Bill on pole number 2, Marcel Dupuis.
This heat is gonna be a quick one. Both of these competitors, great springboard choppers. Bill Bischoff really knows his way around the board.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys have been cutting springboard for a very long time. Bill says it's one of his favorite events, and you'll see it, the way he delivers the axe. He knows how to climb. He's a big guy, but he cuts great pockets. Marcel, he's really elevated his game in the springboard. I found in the past probably 6-7 years, climbs quickly. Like it's very common to see both these guys cut a springboard chop in under a minute. That's incredibly challenging to do, let me tell you.
And Marcel Dupuis, no stranger to any of these kind of obscure extreme sports. You've seen Marcel Dupuis in New Brunswick doing the combat challenge.
Yeah,
that's
the firefighters.
The firefighter challenge.
Wow.
He just likes to find these sports and just dominate them.
Yeah, he tells me after this he's taking up pickleball and wants to be a dominant champion.
In pickleball.
But we will see. Not yet. He says not yet. Yeah.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. Another heat of the springboard chop. Ready to go. We got Bill Bischoff, 4-hit pocket. Wow, it's identical hops out to the first board. Marcel Dupuis, Bill Bischoff making the pockets for that second board. Here we go. It's Marcel Dupuis right there, putting his board. Bill is on his tail. Who's it going to be, folks? That is 2 strong boards for both of our competitors. Make some noise for them. They're happy with it. Bill Bischoff on stand number 1. That is a great board. Big swings from both of our competitors. They're getting through that front side as fast as they can. Here we go, folks. They're going to turn at any second. Bill Bischoff, and it's Marcel The Beast onto that other side. Bill making his turn. Who's it going to be? And it's Marcel The Beast. Keep it going for Bill Bischoff. We're at the 1 minute mark. He's got it. Nicely done for Marcel Dupuis. The unofficial time of 54.55 seconds. Absolutely amazing run for both of our competitors. They had that simultaneous jump onto that first board, and it was Marcel Dupuis quick to the wood on that second board, and just an amazing time, 54.55 unofficial time. Judges are going to make a final call on this event.
Two good cuts.
There we go, folks. 2 great cuts for 2 great competitors. We're going to hear from Marcel Dupuis on how that chop went in just a few seconds.
Okay, gang, I'm here with Marcel Dupuis taking down that heat of the springboard chop. Pretty good climb. You guys were racing. It was a great race to watch. You just got Bill by a few strokes. Sitting in great position here, Marcel. You just wrapped up springboard. There's 1 heat to go. You know, you're guaranteed basically a top 4 finish in this event. We're going to call it. You're moving on to round number 3. It's the hot saw. You're the hot saw man. What happens here? What starts going through your mind knowing you're moving on after the springboard, taking you to the hot saw?
Well, if we do move on, like you're saying, we're just going to take that event like every one that we took today, just one event at a time, and trying to do it the best I could and best I can, and we'll see how it goes in the hot saw. Anything can happen.
What would it mean to you to take home, I believe it would be a 4th national title, the springboard in the STIHL Timbersport series here in Canada, Marcel?
Oh, it would mean a lot, but I think everybody that's here, that's what they're gunning for, so that's what racing is all about, and we'll see where the cards fall at the end of the day, but we're going to give it a shot and see where we end up.
All right, go get a breather. Get ready to go for the hot saw. We're going to see more of this guy, Marcel Dupuis, taking down Bill Bischoff in the springboard right here in Kelowna. Great cut there from Marcel and from Bill. I mean, that both these guys with good cuts. 54-second cut and a bit of change from Marcel. As we were just talking about, you know, that puts him in a great position. Basically, with 2 cutters left, he's sitting guaranteed a spot in the final round. Bill's looking good too. I'd say he's moving on.
Absolutely, and Mitch Hewitt's sticking on to that time of 43.21 seconds, still in that first place position.
Yeah, nobody's taking that.
No one's taking that. I mean, who knows? Who's to say? I mean, maybe.
I'm saying it.
Come on, I'm hopeful.
I'm who? Listen, I'd love to see it. You know, is that a beatable time? Sure.
Are the competitors here to beat it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. You never know, right?
You never know.
Guys can have the cut of their life for sure. But regardless, let's not take away from it. I mean, there was a phenomenal cut from Mitch and a great cut from Marcel and Bill too, both. So these guys are doing what they need to do. As Mitch was saying earlier, you need to be consistent. You need to be getting good points all the way through. That's what Marcel does. I mean, that's been Marcel's kind of mantra for years.
Exactly.
In this series is I got to be consistent. I've got to get good points all the way through.
Exactly.
If he can get to the hot saw, I mean, he's in my opinion, the best hot sawyer in Canada. And, you know, when you talk about triple points, 18 points to win the hot saw, if you walk in there in a good enough position, boy, you can do it.
Well, that's the thing, right? So the 3rd round is triple the points. Right now we're in double the points in round 2, triple the points in round 3. There's a lot of points at stake, and so honestly, it's going to be a really tight race to the finish.
I think so. I think you're absolutely right. Double and triple points, this round system is just so incredible. So again, after this final heat, we'll have your official results from round number 2, and then we're going to be cutting our 2 athletes with the least number of cumulative points of the 8 that we have right now.
Exactly. We've had to cut 4 competitors so far.
Yep.
So cutting 2 more competitors after that.
6 to the hot saw.
It's brutal for these competitors. They've worked so hard. They've shipped all of their gear across the country.
Yeah.
They want
hot
a
sauce
chance.
especially.
Exactly. They want a chance at the podium. And of course, for those competitors who didn't make it to round number 3 and using their hot saw, we're going to see them most likely tomorrow at our hot saw showdown.
For sure. I mean, that for everyone here that I would say gearheads, that you enjoy loud things and fast things. Well, you're going to see 70 horsepower chainsaws running at crazy speeds.
It's so true.
Yeah,
they're just mashed up together. They've got the engine of a Ski-Doo
Franken
with a
saws.
motorcycle attached to a chainsaw. It's loud, they're mean, they're ugly, and they just cut really fast.
Yeah, they're fun to run. I gotta be honest with you. Ready to go.
Okay, folks, this is it. Your final heat of the springboard chop. Coming up on stand number 1, give it up for Ben Cumberland!
Head to head with Ben on pole 2, it is Nathan Cumberland. The brothers.
It is
of
brother.
destruction.
It's so true. Brother against brother again in this heat. And, like Ben said before in the last heat, he always seems to chop better, saw better, racing against his brother. It's something they've done since they were kids. And, who knows, maybe we'll see the best, a personal best for both of them on this stage tonight.
I wouldn't be surprised. The wood's there. These guys are hungry. You're seeing, I feel like everyone is operating at a very high level, very high pace. You're seeing them deliver their best on the biggest stage, and I love to see it. That's what you want to see. That's what you beg for.
Exactly.
And to come to Kelowna and see the best of the best in Canada deliver their best, I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that.
You can't, and they've been watching the previous heats, looking at the wood, seeing how those pockets have been turning out for everyone else. And they want to make sure they have the strongest pocket for the strongest board, and that just guarantees them, at least a shot of getting a really good cut up top.
Yep, it's all about the boards.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here you go, Kelowna. You know what they need to do. They need to chop that wood. Here we go. 1 pocket down. Up on the board, it's Ben Cumberland versus Nathan Cumberland. It is brother against brother. You got to make some noise for both of these athletes. Here we go. Placing in his second board, it's Ben Cumberland on stand number 1. We're at the 20-second mark. Nathan Cumberland really hacking away at his pocket, making sure all the chips are out. He's got to make sure that board can support him. Look at that board. That's what he wants to see. But it's Ben Cumberland on stand number 1, opening up that front side. Looking good. He's making his way to the other side at the 40-second mark. Come on, Ben. You can do it. Nathan Cumberland on stand number 2. A great board beneath him. A little bit shaky, but he's got it. And there's Ben Cumberland with an unofficial time of 49.53. Looking good, but you got to keep it going for Ben Cumberland, folks. He's your former Canadian champion up here on the stage doing what he does best. Looking good there, Nathan, come on, buddy. He's got it. Way to go, the Cumberland brothers. Looking good. Ben Cumberland with an unofficial time of 49.53 seconds, right up near Mitch Hewitt's 43.21. He's going to be happy with that time today.
And we have 2 good cuts.
There we go, our last heat of the springboard chop. Way to go, Ben Cumberland with an unofficial time of 49.53 seconds. He's going to be happy with those steel points as we move into round 3 and the hot saw.
Okay, gang, here with Ben Cumberland, wrapping up our springboard chop with one heck of a cut. How about a hand for this man? Sub 50 seconds, Ben. Beautiful climb. You cut it well up top. You were motoring. Boy, you were just fired up for that one.
Yeah, that's shout out to Sterling Hart for kind of getting in my head and making me think I can do this. My wife's sitting right over there with my youngest, Steph, Rhiannon. Love you guys. And I know Leo's going to watch this tomorrow morning when he wakes up on the East Coast. Love you, buddy. Yeah, it just, like, the wood just fell apart, and the axe was loving it. That's the same axe I ran in the other chops. You know, you used my jersey to do the demos, so my jersey was already warmed up, so we're good that way. Yeah. And all glory to God, things have just gone pretty well today. I can't be happier.
You're running great, pal. I'm happy to warm up your jersey anytime. 49-36, Ben Cumberland. You're definitely moving on to round number 3, and you're sitting in great position. I think you've just taken home a second spot behind Mitch in this, so 14 points in the springboard. Great position. What would it mean to you? I can hear them warming up for round 3 of the hot saw. What would it mean to you to take home a second national title back-to-back right here in Kelowna?
Well, like I said, my wife's here and my boys watching. It'd be pretty incredible, but we got some of the best hot sawyers in Canada and in the world here, so we're going to see how it goes.
All right, we're going to let this guy go get ready. Ben Cumberland showing us how it's done in Kelowna, the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
You can hear it, folks. They're starting to warm up their hot saws for our last round of our Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. So make sure you maybe cover your ears a little bit, get a little ear protection if you can. These saws are going to be really loud, especially when they come up on stage. Our wood crew is going to get ready for our next event, the hot saw, in just a few minutes.
Folks, you got a couple of minutes here. Get yourself something to eat, to drink, then find a great seat and plug those ears because it is going to get incredibly loud in here. Saws as big as 400 cc's are about to come out and cut through 18 inches of white pine. 3 cuts in potentially less than 7 seconds. Astoundingly fast saws. And we've got some great operators here too. So get back to your seats, find a good seat, and settle in for round 3.
It looks like the Wood Crew is making their final adjustments as we move into round 3 and the hot saw discipline. We've got our remaining standings after 2 rounds at the 2024 Steel Timbersports Canadian Championship. A great run so far, but we are saying goodbye to 2 competitors. Ryan, why don't we take a look?
Yeah, unfortunately, Carson Bischoff, George Williams, they're going to be heading home. We'll let these guys warm up their saws.
We'll do official standings in just a second. You can see them on the screen. We'll announce them hopefully in time for a hot saw not to warm up.
Taylor, you turn it on? Yeah, after round 2, we know who's moving on George Williams, Carson Bischoff, unfortunately, they're done after round 2. Not quite going to make the cut, which means moving into round number 3 with 33 points in the 6th spot, it's Nick Russell. 38 points after that beautiful springboard cut. Mitch Hewitt makes his way, moves on, 38 points. Bill Bischoff sitting in 4th place with 40 points. Nathan Cumberland in 3rd place with 48 points. Marcel Dupuis sitting in 2nd, 51 points. And Ben Cumberland, your reigning champ, sitting in the number 1 spot with 57 points going into the final discipline. And let's not forget the hot saw. Round 3, it's triple points. So there's 6 guys competing. Each one, if you win that event, Lindsay, it's 18 steel points. So add that to this cumulative total for any one of these guys. It's a potential run here. So everyone is in the mix to make the podium. Nick Russell, if he gets 18 points, he's at 51. All of a sudden, he's near the top. Last year, we saw all kinds of crazy stuff happening. DQs. One person got a good time, and it was Ben Cumberland. He took home a national title because of it, you know?
It's true. If anything can happen, it will happen in the hot saw, but we are done with round number 2.
That's it.
We have 5 disciplines down, 1 more discipline still to go. We're going to see everyone really soon in round 3. And it's time once again. It'll be the last time you see them all night. It's your Timber team with more giveaways. Here we go. We got more Steel Timber Sports hats coming out. You make some noise. Put your hands in the air. It's the last time you'll see them tonight. If this is the first time you're here at a Steel Timber Sports event, it probably won't be your last. You got to wear these hats the next time we come into town. Hopefully we'll be back here in Kelowna, BC. It has been an incredible setting for this event. Prospera Place has been an excellent host. Kelowna, BC, we couldn't have had a better host city for the 2024 Canadian Championship.
Yeah, huge, great crowd here tonight. Thanks so much for coming out, joining us here, watching the Steel Timber Sports Series. And of course, all of this will be on TSN this fall and winter. You can relive all the action again.
And if you like the Pro Men's Championship, you're going to want to come back tomorrow for our Pro Women's Championship and our Hot Sauce Showdown. We have 8 of Canada's top female athletes coming out. They're going to be chopping, sawing, putting out world records, putting out personal bests. You're not going to want to miss the action on the stage tomorrow, 2 p.m. here at Prospera Place in Kelowna, BC. It has been a great Canadian Championship Series 2024.
I mean, a day of personal bests in basically every chopping event, a bunch of sawing, personal best. I mean, it's just great competition here, and it's all coming to a big, loud finale.
It is, and of course, we have to thank our title sponsor, Boston Pizza. As Canada's biggest sports bar, there's no better place to visit before and after the Canadian Championships than Boston Pizza. Big hand at Boston Pizza, and to all of our sponsors for making this competition happen year after year.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to have some fantastic sponsors here for the Steel Timber Sports Series in Canada, and you know, they make this thing happen.
You got it. Boston Pizza, Toyo Tires, Bush Beer, EcoFan. They've been outstanding partners in this event.
Definitely. I see a saw on stage, Lindsay.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our first heat of the Steel's Hot Saw. Coming up on stand number 1, it's Nick Russell!
So the way it'll work here, each competitor will go one at a time. They have an opportunity to come up, warm up their saw, where they have 60 seconds to get it going and then reset their tether cord and rewrap their pull cord. These are not, they're not set up like a normal chainsaw with a recoil. They actually have to physically wrap it around in order to set it up. So Nick's gonna go up there, he's gonna set his marks for roughly where he wants to make his cuts. Gives him a bit of a guide, same as you saw on the chopping wood. And he's gonna wrap his cord, put his trigger lock on, put a tether cord on his on his starter cord so that can't go flying off in the distance. Warm up his saw.
Cover your
Warm
ears,
up your
folks.
saw.
It's going to be loud.
A very good sign. These saws are incredibly finicky. Sometimes they don't want to start at all. That's a great sign. He has one pull and he's ready to go. So he's going to go through his routine. These are things that these guys do every single time. Basically, clips everything on, make sure the fuel's running. He'll prime his carburetor right now, put a little bit of gas in there. He'll lock his trigger. He'll put his tether cord on. And then when he's ready to go on 3, 2, 1, fire it up again, make 3 cuts, and maybe find himself on the podium.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
There you have it, folks. 3 cuts. Judges are going to walk over to the stand and making sure that there are 3 complete cookies. That means there can't be any rough edges or thin edges on any of those cookies. Making sure it's within those 6 inches of wood. Not a lot of room for error, but Nick Russell looks like he might have a great time.
And the cut is good.
Fantastic news for Nick Russell. What a time set. 7.76 unofficial time for Nick Russell. His saw started, it ran good. Oh God, you couldn't have asked for a better cut. Once again, these are triple the points in this final round. We have only 6 competitors still to go.
Nice job, man. Well done. Okay, gang, here with Nick Russell. Nick, you went for it. I knew you were going for it. You had to get the points. I mean, you're doing the math in the back. You know where you're sitting. If you get 18 points, all of a sudden you're there. You're on the podium. So, talk us through the mentality on that cut, and are you happy with it overall?
No, I'm extremely happy to. I haven't cut in 7s in a long time, but to be leading the hot saw in the STIHL Timbersports, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking as I looked at your time, 7.76. That would have been the winning time of last year's entire men's championship in the hot saw. So that's a pretty good cut here, Nick Russell. Great job overall. How'd you feel about the championship, start to finish?
Hey, thank you for all the support out here, the family and friends that come to watch me today and support me, and all you Kelowna fans. Great to see you, and thank you very much.
All right, big hand here for Nick Russell, the 2024 STIHL Timbersports Canadian Men's Pro Championship.
There it is, folks. Nick Russell is done, and we have 5 more competitors still to go. We got our wood crew working away, putting on a fresh block there for our next competitor. Our next competitor coming up after a DQ in the stock saw. He made it to the final round. It's Mitch Hewitt. He's got 38 points on the board so far. He's going to be looking for the fastest time. Nick Russell setting a great time to beat of 7.76 seconds. Unreal. 7.73 official time. And a personal best for Nick Russell. It's a good night for personal bests.
Yeah, good for him. Great run there by Nick. I mean, as we said before, like these guys, they know where they're sitting. They know where their times are. Nick has made many finals in the STIHL Timbersports Series, but he's yet to make that podium, and he very well could do it with that cut.
Okay, folks, we're not wasting any time. We're moving on to heat number 2 of the hot saw. It's Mitch Hewitt.
Mitch is an excellent hot sawyer. He's done it many times. He's sitting in a position right now with 38 points. Those 18 points would bring him up to 56. It would put him second overall. He knows that.
He knows
we
it.
know that. If he didn't know it, he can hear me saying it
Absolutely.
right now. So.
And like you said, anything can happen in the hot saw. Last year was kind of a fluke in the sense that almost every single saw didn't have a good cut.
Yeah, 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6.
We're already, we've already tied the delivery of last year's championship.
Exactly.
So we're, that's a personal best ourselves.
That's exactly it.
Warm up your saw.
Okay, so one thing you'll see in the hot saw that the first time you see it, it may, make you a little nervy. You'll see sparks come off the end of that bar sometimes. As abnormal as it may seem, it's actually pretty normal with hot saw, so no big deal. His saw is operating fine. It ran great, started clean.
Good warm up.
Yeah, great warm up. That's what you want.
20 seconds.
Lots of time.
Of course, you see that we have plexiglass barriers as well. Sometimes, those cookies can just shoot off of
cookies,
that block.
chains too.
Chains, pull cords in some cases.
Oh yeah.
So safety first is definitely paramount here on the STIHL Timbersports stage, and almost ready for our next heat.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh no! Bad luck for Mitch Hewitt. Looks like he's caught on the pants. That's why they're wearing guards. There we go, folks. Big hand. Chain is off. Chain on the guards. That is why our competitors are wearing protection. Make sure no injuries happen. Judge will make that final call for Mitch Hewitt tonight.
Unfortunately, we get a DQ for did not finish.
There you go. Big hand for Mitch Hewitt. He came out here, gave it his all. Tough luck for the hot saw, but that is sometimes the nature of the beast.
Okay, here with Mitch Hewitt. A close call there. Big thanks to these important safety equipment. The chaps stop that chain from potentially cutting you. Now, what happens there when a chain comes flying off? What typically leads that to happen, Mitch?
Maybe just on the transition from one cut to the other, I might have just had it on a funny angle and just caught a tooth and flicked it off the rails. And this just proves that this stuff works.
Yeah, no kidding. These chaps are incredibly important. Make sure you wear them at home, whether you're running a 50cc saw or a 250cc saw. So Mitch, with that cut, unfortunately, no podium spot here today. But overall, I mean, some ups and downs, but really, good springboard cut, some great chopping. How'd you feel about the championships overall here in Kelowna?
Yeah, I had great fun, and thanks for everyone that came out and supported it. Hopefully again next year.
All right, big hand for this man, Mitch the Missile Hewitt. He's gonna go check on that leg after that chain whipped him. Great job there. Big thanks here, Kelowna. You're hosting. What a great crowd we've got here. Holy cow.
You got that, Ryan. It is an excellent crowd here tonight in Kelowna, BC. Unfortunately, that's a do not finish for Mitch Hewitt. He's out of the running for the podium, but we still have 4 competitors still to go. We have Bill Bischoff, Nathan Cumberland, Ben Cumberland, and Marcel Dupuis. All excellent hot sawyers. They've got their own saws. Some are sharing their saws. I know the Cumberlands are sharing the saw between them. Yep. And so, anything can happen on the stage. DNFs do happen in the hot saw. It happened a lot last year. But we have one good cut so far.
Yeah, we do.
That's
we're still
something.
maintaining the record set last year with one good cut.
And like we said, Nick Russell, that time to set, time to beat of 7.73 seconds.
Yeah, a good cut by Nick. It's a beatable time for sure, and I would say that certainly with guys like Bill and Marcel, which are very, very high-level, competent hot sawyers, it can be beat. Ben and Nathan, this isn't typically their event. However, they're very good at getting up there and getting those 3 on the deck, 3 good cuts. So I still think it's a complete toss-up on who takes this thing, Lindsay.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our next heat. Coming up, it's Bill Bischoff. Lots of Bill Bischoff fans in the crowd here tonight. He's coming here with his own saw. He's built it himself. Looking good out there.
Yeah, he's a technician, Lindsay. He's kind of built this thing himself, basically.
Yep.
When something goes wrong, he can fix it very quickly.
He can fix it, and that's the thing. Sometimes, something can go wrong with the saw, and they can stop mid-cut. The time will keep going. We've seen 20-second cuts just because the guys will maybe, pull the pull cord, and nothing will happen. They'll reset the pull cord. Anything can. They have the time to do it.
Warm up your saw.
Absolutely.
Solid warm-up for Bill Bischoff.
30 seconds.
That was a solid. That was a 30-second warm-up. That was.
He's taken all the time he can to make sure that saw is nice and warm for this run.
Yep.
He's got probably around 10 seconds left on the clock to get set up.
Lots of time. He's pretty comfy out there.
Athlete ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Way to go, Bill Bischoff! Throwing caution and that pull cord to the wind. Judges taking a look at those 3 cookies. Hopefully, we got a good cut for Bill Bischoff with a time of 7.03 unofficial. You got sawdust floating in the wind. That's just lumberjack confetti.
And it was a good cut.
Nice! Way to go, Bill Bischoff! 3 cuts within 6 inches of wood in 7 seconds. Not bad for Bill Bischoff. He's going to be feeling good about that cut.
Real nice cut. Okay, I'm here with the most popular man in Kelowna, Bill Bischoff. Ripping off a beautiful cut, round 3. I'm going to say that drops below 7. I think that's a sub-7 cut. Looked like a great cut. You had a big warm-up there. Happy with that overall, Bill?
I am, yeah. That saw lately is needing a little bit more of a warm-up to get going. So, yeah, I used up as much time as I could there to get that sucker so she'll peak. And I didn't want to race that too much, but you can't leave too much on the table either. So I kind of went as safe as I could, but tried going as fast as I could as well.
Well, it looks like 7 seconds flat, official time, a very good time, and it puts the pressure on these other guys to come out here and really have to push it. It puts you in a good position. You're going into this event, pretty good points. I think at this point, this probably puts you in a podium spot. I mean, that's got to feel pretty good after today.
It does, yeah. We'll see how all the chips fall here by the time we're done, but I just want to thank all of Kelowna for coming out here and supporting us. You guys Great crowd. I hope you guys really enjoyed everything we're doing here. You guys have a wonderful evening.
Big hand for Bill right here, 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship.
There you have it, folks. 3 heats down, 3 heats still to go in the steel hot saw. It's round 3. That means triple the points. Bill Bischoff looking good with 58 steel points, but we still have 3 competitors here to go to bump him out of that place. And honestly, anything can happen on the stage.
Yeah. I mean, that cut, because of Bill, that bumps Nick down a spot, so no podium spot for him, but a heck of a run. Puts Bill in a great position. Now he puts the pressure on Ben, Nathan, and Marcel. They have to beat him to get on the podium. They have to beat him.
That is a lot of pressure, especially in the hot saw event.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's boy, man, oh man, this is wild. And I'll tell you, folks, if you're enjoying this, we have a full afternoon of hot saw racing tomorrow, the Hot Saw Showdown. That's an exclusive for the Steel Timber Sports Series here in Canada. You won't find that anywhere else. If you're watching at home on the live stream, be sure to join us again tomorrow. We got the Women's Championship at 2, followed by the Hot Saw Showdown. 12 Sawyers, head-to-head, knockout style, hot sawing.
And of course, right before that event, we have our Pro Women's Championship as well. It's going to be awesome. We have 8 incredible athletes out on the stage, chopping, sawing, showing everyone what they can do. It's an incredible event. You're not going to want to miss it. That's at 2 p.m. tomorrow here in Prospera Place in beautiful Kelowna, BC. A fantastic host city. I hope we come back here again.
Yeah, I love it here. Love Interior BC. Beautiful spot. You know, we were in Chilliwack last year, and it was the first time we brought the series to BC, and, you know, 2 years back-to-back. Maybe. I think we should go for a 3-peat.
3 for 3, I think so. I mean, the Kelowna people know how to spend a Friday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm game. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right,
And I know we've said it before, but we really can't say it enough. A big shout out to our incredible wood crew for working so hard tonight. These guys are volunteers from all across the country, putting in the time and making sure that all the stands are set exactly to the needs of the athletes, and just working really hard to make sure that this event goes smoothly and as quickly as possible. We're glad this is going really on time tonight.
Yeah, we're rolling along, and it comes down to that crew. You know, they're on it quickly. And again, hey, little shout out there. We've got a few past and future Steel Timber Sports athletes. I saw Carl Bischoff up there. I saw Jake Hewitt, Luke Bischoff, Bill's son's up there. Luke.
Yep. It's a family affair here at Steel Timber Sports.
Yeah.
Now we've seen the
rookie champs up there pushing a broom. I like to see that. It's good work ethic, son. There. Well done. Well done.
It's true. I mean, Steel Timber Sports really is a community event. It's competitors helping competitors. It's more sometimes it's generational. You got fathers, sons, grandfathers up
Guy
on the
Russell,
stage.
he was just up there 2 seconds ago. That's Nick and Jonathan's father. You know, we've got Roger Briscoe. That's Ali Briscoe's dad. This sport really is a generational thing. You learn from the last generation and pass it on to the next.
And you know, if the folks here in Kelowna are looking to get into the sport, there's a huge following the sport in the Shuswap. The Bischoffs are, I feel like they're the ones that if you want to learn from the best, you can learn from Bill, learn from Carson, Carl, everyone up on the stage.
Yeah,
but it looks like we're about ready for our next heat. Coming up on the stage, it's Nathan Cumberland. Nathan Cumberland having a great night so far.
Yeah.
Springboard was a little iffy, but he walked away with 6 steel points in that event. Not bad at all. Got him to the top 8 or top 6 rather, and he's looking to make quick work out of this hot saw.
Yeah, he could do it too. I mean, that saw he's running now, it's a 300 plus cc
And you can see him, he's making the marks in the wood. He wants to make sure he hits exactly where he needs to. Like we said before, there's only 6 inches of wood and he has to make 3 complete cuts. That is not a lot of room for error.
Your saw.
This is the hot saw.
Yes, 1 minute still on the clock. He's put his cord back. 2 pulls, that's okay. He still can do it.
Lots of time on the clock. This is about the time they start thinking, okay, do we have enough fuel in the carb? Trigger lock, all those little things. Maybe give it a little
30
squirt.
seconds.
See what happens here, but hot saw is like this. Sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. And there it goes. You bet. You bet. Woo. You saw that it was a little boggy when he gave it those shots of gas. It was clearing out some gas out of the carb, I think. And now that that's happened, we should see a nice clean start on this. Great job. You see that, you stick with it.
Cumberlands don't give up, that's for sure.
No, they don't.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow. There we go. It looks like a yellow penny for Nathan Cumberland. That first cut going about halfway through his block, he decided to restart. But the judges are looking at the line, seeing if it went over. It looks like it may have on that bottom side.
Unfortunately, we have a DQ for cut over the line.
Ah, there you have it, folks. Big hand for Nathan Cumberland. He did everything he could. My goodness, he got that saw to start. I think that's a win in itself.
Okay, I'm here with Nate Cumberland. Nate, I want you to talk us through that because there was a lot happening there. One, we have the warm-up of the anxiety. Let's talk about the warm-up. Okay. There's the anxiety that comes with, oh, it didn't start. Oh no, it didn't start again. Oh no, the third time. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so I mean, we're taking a dirt bike engine or a Rotac engine, turning it into a hot saw. They're not designed to be used for that. So we've been very blessed with that saw. Usually first pull, it starts right up. So we have a minute, and we all are competitors. You got to pull it till it starts.
So you got it going. It seemed like you cleaned it out. You could hear it kind of clear out. It goes. You come in thick on that cookie. You have the forethought. I mean, this is happening in tenths of seconds here, and you pull it back out and go back in. Talk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, so I didn't feel rattled from the start, but I might have been. Wasn't looking at the lines where I was going to cut. Something I've watched a few times is where competitors, we only have 6 inches to make that cut. I've seen competitors before, they'll make a really big first cut, and I always thought if you could think fast enough on the fly, stop that cut, pull out, and make a cut in that big disc. So I was very blessed today. God blessed me with the mind power, I guess, to stop and make that cut. So
you did it. I haven't seen that before myself. I thought that was a very smart move. Unfortunately, you got tight on the line, didn't get your cut. But overall, I mean, you're back in the series. You were really competitive the whole day. You looked great, and no podium spot. Doesn't look like it, but man, got to feel good to just be back on the stage, eh?
All the glory goes to God. It's been a lot of work to get here, and I'm very thankful to have been here. Big shout out to STIHL for hosting a great competition. I do want to say a big thank you to my wife and my son Matthew at home. They put up with a lot of long weekends with me competing and training, and I also want to say thank you to my sponsor, Aero Construction Products in Atlanta, Canada.
All right, big shout out to everyone. Thanks so much. Nate Cumberland, big hand for this man. Competed for you hard today right here in Kelowna, the 2024 STIHL Timbersports Canadian Men's Pro Championship.
Great job, Nathan Cumberland. Walking away with a positive attitude, that's what the Cumberlands are always about. You know, it's such a great time having them on the stage. We got one more Cumberland still to go. We got Ben coming up in our last heat, but coming up next is Marcel Dupuis. Oh, We have 2 DQs in the hot saw. We still have 2 competitors still to go. Bill is right now at our top spot with 58 steel points.
Yeah, sitting in first.
Yep. Now
So-
it's going to be a battle for the top spot in the podium.
Yeah, that's it. We've got a real crazy points mix because basically Marcel with a clean cut moves above Bill. But if he and Ben both DQ, Bill's our champion.
That could be it. All right, we'll only find out now. Here, come on, up on stand number 1. It's Marcel Dupuis.
Marcel holds our national record in this event. He set it with Wasaga Beach, Ontario in 2018. It's 5.21 seconds. You heard that right. He's an incredibly competent sawyer. He's the best hot sawyer in the country. He does it year after year after year. Last year had a very rare DQ.
Exactly. He's going to be looking to make up for that last year. That's for sure.
I think so. I mean, I don't bet against this guy. He always likes to say the pump house saw strikes again. Pump house is his sponsor. You can see it on the bar.
You got it. You can
Been
see
running that a long time.
a long, long time. And, it's done good work in the years past, so let's see what happens.
Warm up your saw.
Nice warm up there.
Yep.
Real short and sweet. Started up right away. First pull. That's what we want to see on the stage.
Yeah, he's so comfortable with that saw. He's run it for so many years. This is about a 343 cc saw, give or take a cc.
Yeah, a little bit different than
30
our
seconds.
stock saws that we saw at the beginning of the night.
Yeah.
A little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, those are 93 cc. The average homeowner saw is 50 to 60 cc.
Yeah, and
so this is 5 to 6 times the size, about 70 pounds, runs about 60, 70 horsepower.
That's the thing, just lifting it up and trying to get those 3 cuts with that weight it's tough work.
Oh, yeah.
But these are the pros.
Athlete ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, really pushing that line for that 3rd cut, but Marcel Dupuis is feeling confident after that cut. Judges taking a look, really big cookie for that first one. He didn't have a whole lot of room to make those 2nd and 3rd cuts, but judges are making that final call in just a second.
And the cut is good.
There you go, folks. Marcel Dupuis, the beast from the East, setting the time at 7.44 seconds. We're going to hear from Marcel Dupuis in just a second here.
Okay, folks, I'm here with Marcel Dupuis. Marcel, what do we say after the hot saw runs?
The pump house breeze strikes again, but I don't know if that's going to happen today. It was a good cut, but I grabbed the throttle with my wrong finger, and then I had a really thick cookie on the first cut, so it made things a bit complicated. But thank you very much, Kelowna, for having us, and thank you very much for everybody back home to all the support. And this was a great event. Thank you very much.
Well, Marcel, after that cut, I know you can go faster, of course, but you got a clean cut, a very competitive time here with the runs today. There's only 1 cut left to go. You're sitting in first place now with points after that run. What would it mean to you? I mean, now this is real. It's a 1st or 2nd place here now going in. It all comes down to Ben. What does it mean to be, back on the podium once again?
Yeah, I think it means a lot. Just it means trying to be consistent on everything, and the cards will fall where the cards fall. I had a great day today, and yeah, I'm just glad to be here, and Yeah, thank you very much.
You won your first national title 2015, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm starting to be a bit gray there now. So.
Well, you know, gray counts for wisdom as well. You're able to think your way through that cut. This guy won his first national championship 2015, and he may be taking home his second right here in Kelowna tonight. We've got one more heat before we find out. Big hand for Marcel Dupuis from Memram Cook, New Brunswick, right here in Kelowna.
We've got 5 heats down, 1 more heat still to go of our 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championship. It's been an incredible night, some incredible times, some incredible personal bests. No world records, but we still have 1 more heat still to go, and that is Ben Cumberland. He's your reigning Canadian champion. We saw him take the first place position last year in Chilliwack. He's going to be looking for his second Canadian championship, and we're just excited to get him out on the stage. Wood crew looks like almost a bit set. All right, folks, this is it, your last heat of the hot saw. Make some noise for Ben Cumberland.
Oh my, Lindsay, it all comes down to this.
It truly does. We have 1 more heat still to go. We have Marcel Dupuis with 66 steel points. Ben Cumberland currently at 57 points, which means if he takes this time, if he makes it past 7.37 seconds,
yeah,
he could do this.
He basically has to beat Nick Russell. If he beats Nick Russell at 7.73, you're right. Yeah, he's, oh my goodness.
He can take home the Canadian Championship with this cut. Now,
it's so tight.
Nathan Cumberland, he DQ'd on this event with this exact same saws two heats ago.
Warm up your saws.
1 and done.
So all he has to do here is get a time. If he gets a time, he'll have at least 9 points, which will tie him with Marcel at 66. So, and then it would come down to total time. This is incredible. This is like nail-biter stuff here.
It really is.
30 seconds.
The goal for, at this point, Ben Cumberland, not just getting the saw to start, but get the fastest time possible.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. He's resetting, guys. There we go! Here we go. 13.14 seconds. We'll see how that adds up with our coveted steel points in just a few seconds. Judges making sure.
And we have a good cut.
There we go, good cut. We're gonna take a look at the scoreboard in just a few minutes, and we'll be able to announce our winner very shortly. It's gonna be a tight race to the top.
Okay, gang, I'm here with Ben Cumberland. He just cut that in 13 seconds, giving him a good time, a solid time. We're gonna have official standings here soon, Ben, but boy, it's gonna come right down to the wire. It's looking awful close. We can't announce it yet, but boy, it looks awfully close, like you may be taking home your second national title with that cut. tell us what it means to be sitting at the top of the nation, potentially for the second year in a row.
Honestly, all I heard in that, when I didn't pull it hard enough, and then all I heard was Scott Reed going, fastest winder in the East Coast, baby! No, it's, without getting too emotional about it, it would mean a lot to win. But honestly, throughout the day, I've just seen every competitor step up for each other. And it's been, yeah, God's just really blessed me today.
Listen, this guy right here, I'm going to tell you something. He's one heck of a human being on top of being a heck of an athlete. He's a very humble guy, but he is right now the best timber sports athlete in the nation. Ben Cumberland crushing it in Kelowna. Big hand for this man. Go back there and get ready for a podium, pal.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, folks, that is it for the competition. We're going to clean up the stage and set up for our award ceremony where we will award our 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Pro Men's Championship champion on this stage. So you're going to want to stick around for that. And yeah, great night so far. Incredible times, incredible cuts. It's been a great time, and it looks like we're getting our podium set up. So we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Wow, Lindsay, what a championship. Unbelievable. Start to finish, we saw incredible times and personal bests in round one with the underhand, stock saw, and standing block. Then we moved into round two. We saw great single bucking, phenomenal springboard cutting, and then we move into the hot saw. And just, it all comes down to the wire.
It really does, and honestly, a great redemption on the Canadian stage for Hot Saw.
Yeah, well, it was great.
We had 4 great cuts, only 2 DQs.
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll take it after last year's.
The bar was low.
The bar was low.
It was low.
But we still made it up. It was a great run.
No cuts under 7 seconds. Let's not go too high yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bill Bischoff is setting the time for 7 seconds in the hot saw. He's walking away. I know he's walking away feeling really happy about that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm super happy for Bill. That time, that 18 points in that, I mean, that basically, that puts him up there on the podium, and that's what he was chasing. And I'm super happy for him. All these guys, I mean, they work so incredibly hard. And exactly what Ben was saying, too. They're out here helping each other out all the way through this. You got to appreciate that. But, man, how about this as a Canadian championship? What a year. What a run.
It really is a nail-biter to the very end. And, of course, if you liked watching the action, make sure you check us back out in November or in the fall sometime for you'll see this all on TSN. There's going to be 9 episodes of chopping and sawing. You're not going to want to miss it. So make sure when you're the next time you're in Boston Pizza, you order that spicy pierogi pizza, and then you sit down and watch a night of Timber Sports. That's a good Friday night to me.
That's a great Friday night. It's Saturday night tonight, and they're probably still open, so nip on over there afterwards.
That's it.
We're just setting up for our award ceremony, but man, what an incredible championship. I'm just, when it comes down to close runs and, and the drama of Ben not being able to start his saw, I'll tell you,
it gets your heart going.
Yeah, it does. And the way the points were set up, he had to get so many points to tie Marcel or pass him. So he ended up tying him. It comes down to cumulative time. The cumulative time separation was like 17 seconds. He had to cut his hot saw in under 17. Like, there was a lot of math going on during that myself and Nathan Waterfield kind of ran into each other as I'm running up there to do the interview. And he's like, I think you had to beat him by 17 seconds. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Exactly.
Anyway,
So exactly,
there you
why
go.
don't you let the crowd know if there is a tie in steel points, what then happens?
Yeah, basically the way they separate a tie, rather than bring them back up on the stage and have them battle it out, fisticuffs.
Fists.
They look at the cumulative time of all 6 disciplines. They add that time up, and then basically the competitor with the faster cumulative time wins that, the tie, or breaks the tie. So those guys were so close in time.
It's gonna be, we won't know until we know. We have a few where we're just setting up our the last of the event.
All we can tell you is that they're tied in points.
That's
Marcel
it.
and Ben are tied in points, and we're going to announce our champion any minute.
And we're moments away from our award ceremony here on the Steel Timber Sports stage in Prospera Place, Kelowna, BC. And first, we want to thank our title sponsor, Boston Pizza, and our event sponsors, Bush Beer, Toyo Tires, and EcoFan. Thank you so much for being partners in this event. We would not be able to have this event without you. And they've been awesome. We've had Boston Pizza cater our food this whole weekend. It's been great.
Yeah, we got some fantastic sponsors here, Canadian Steel Timber Sports Series, and they help us to deliver big events like this, allow us to move around, do big things, and we couldn't be happier. Man, I still can't get over that hot saw run.
Okay, folks, our award ceremony is about to start. Thank you so much for sticking with us right to the very end. We're going to be crowning our 2024 Canadian champion in just a few moments. But first, we need to bring out our official Steel Timber Sports judges, Roger Briscoe, Darren Colford, and your conducting judge, Jonathan Russell.
These guys do a terrific job. Not an easy job. They have to make the tough calls, and they do a fantastic job. We're very fortunate to have such a great judging team.
Thankfully, not too many tough calls to make tonight.
No, it's pretty straightforward. Either you made it or you didn't.
Okay, folks, we're going to bring out your athletes. We have...
In the 12th spot, Garnet Peters. 11th spot, Thomas Henderson. 10th spot, Scott Reed. 9th spot, Jeff Larkin. 8th spot, Carson Bischoff. 7th spot, George Williams. 6th spot, Mitch Hewitt. 5th spot, Nicholas Russell. And in the 4th spot, Nathan Cumberland. Big hand for all these guys. They worked hard for you today.
Some great cuts, some great sawing, great chopping.
Yeah, you bet.
They really put their skills to the test and did great on the stage today.
I think just about everybody that you're looking at set a personal best in something today. That's a pretty, that's a big milestone. It shows the quality of the wood that's being delivered and the quality of the athlete that's there chopping it and sawing it.
You got it. All right, folks. We have your top three. The top three will... And each of the top three will also receive an EcoFan in 3rd place. Presented by Josh Clark, event specialist of Steel Timber Sports Canada. Please give it up for Bill Bischoff!
How about that? Bill Bischoff, he won a Canadian championship in 2008. It is 2024, 16 years later, still making podiums. Big hand for that man. Delivered big time for you today, and it all came down to the hot saw, Lindsay. 18 steel points in the event that mattered most, the triple points round 3 event. Bill Bischoff gets the job done.
He really does. 7 seconds for that hot saw. Not bad at all for Bill Bischoff. He's going to be walking away smiling from this event. He is your 3rd place. Give it up for Bill Bischoff!
Second place overall, presented by Jason McNichol, the National Operations Manager of Steel Canada, with 66 overall points. From Memram Cook, New Brunswick, Marcel Dupuis. Marcel excelled today, ran great, tied overall in points for the first place spot. It all came down to the total cumulative time and just a few seconds separating these guys, but this guy's a perennial champion, 3-time national champion, and basically a couple of seconds away from his 4th. You can't beat that.
Give it up for Marcel Dupuis! And finally,
This year's champion will have their name etched onto the STIHL Timbersports Peter Colliver Memorial Trophy, continuing a decade-long tradition of celebrating the sport and honoring the life of an iconic figure in the Canadian STIHL Timbersports Series. Presented by Jeff Loosemore, Marketing Manager of STIHL Canada. Give it up for your 2024 Canadian Men's Champion, Ben Cumberland!
Back-to-back championships for this man. He earned it.
He absolutely did. An incredible run by Ben Cumberland. Great points across the board in every single discipline. He knew how to add it up. It was amazing. Big hug for his brother, Nathan Cumberland. This guy is a world-class athlete. He's going to be representing Canada on the world stage this fall in France. Amazing work for Ben Cumberland.
Yeah, and he looked great all day, Lindsay. Just fantastic runs in so many events. Went for the springboard, set a personal best there.
Here it
darn
is,
close.
Your 2024 Canadian champion, Ben Cumberland!
Hoisting the Peter Colliver Trophy 2 years in a row.
There it is, folks. Big hand for Ben Cumberland.
Well done, Ben. You earned it, pal.
Thank you so much for sticking around. And of course, as is tradition, here on the STIHL Timbersports stage, we're going to get someone to grab that trophy. And of
He
course,
can't protect himself if he's holding the trophy.
it is the champagne shower here on the stage. It's pandemonium, and we love it year after year. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, folks. Please come back tomorrow for we will crown our 2024 Canadian Women's Champion here on the stage at 2 p.m., followed by our Hot Sauce Showdown. Our pros will be returning with their hot sauce for this special competition for the second year in the row. And of course, we invite you all to follow this show as it airs on TSN this fall. Thank you so much to our wood crew, our volunteers, and our sponsors. Thank you so much, Ryan, for helping us.
Thank you, Lindsay. Great job, Lindsay. This is another great championship. Such
Another-
a blast.
Another good year in the books. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everyone. And I'd like to invite all the STIHL Timbersports staff and volunteers to the stage as we will have our traditional group photo.
Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right. I'm here with our new champion, Ben Cumberland. You're soaked. I'm not quite soaked. I got a little bit down the back, but we're both doing okay. Listen, man, congratulations. You're a fitting champion. I think the first back-to-back champion in a very long time, since probably Mitch Hewitt back in the day. This is a big step for you. You're building every year. You're getting better and better, Ben. You delivered when it mattered. You put in some personal bests, I believe, today. Talk us through the day. Talk us through the championship.
Yeah, you know, just the hand of God over the day. Stock's always a little rough, but you know, I don't mind an underdog story. I kind of like scrapping my way from the bottom. Mitch brought some phenomenal wood. The underhand was just absolutely incredible. Stock saw, like I said, and then standing block was just munching. And single buck, you know, a few little things I wish I could go back and change, but you know, it is what it is, and all the glory to God came out with that one. And then I think close to PB and springboard, like that's, and a shout out to Sterling on that one. Like that was, that's a lot. He's been a lot of help on that. And then hot saw, you know, Scott Reed and he helping us out with that saw, and yeah, there's been a lot of people that have helped. And then, you know, most importantly, my wife and kids that have put up with, you know, like Nathan said, you know, they put up with a lot of time training and weekends away, but it's extra special to have them here this year.
All right, so the day's over. You're the champ. You're going off to Worlds again. I remember you saying, I want to win it back so I can get another shot at that. I was disappointed with my performance at Worlds. Now what? What do you do differently to prepare for the World Championships this year, Ben?
I'm not sure yet. I'm going to have to think about it. Just grateful to be able to stand on top of that podium again. All the glory to God. I'm headed back to the Worlds, and I don't want to let myself down, so I'm going to put the time in, just keep ramping things up.
That's what I like to hear. This guy is going to go out there. He's going to deliver on the world stage for Canada. Ben Cumberland, your 2024 Steel Timber Sports Canadian champion right here in Kelowna. Well done, Ben. Some controversy around last year's win, perhaps, or, you know, there was all these DQs, all this stuff going on. How does it feel to win this year the way you won this year versus last year with your first title?
Honestly, I hadn't even really thought about that. It makes me feel like I fought for it a bit more. It's a weird feeling thinking about last year and then trying to compare it to this year. But I'm just thankful that God allowed me to come out with a win, and Lord willing, I can continue that forward.
Well, listen, you deserve it. You've earned your championships. You deserve your championships. You're a fitting champion and a great representative of Canada. Right here, Ben Cumberland, the captain, the Team Canada captain, once again, the man, the myth, the legend from New Brunswick. Well done, sir.